Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
All right, good morning. Roxy. Upgraded membership to attorney. Roxy, you know that comes with a custom leather seat. A custom leather reclining chair, I might even add, that doesn't squeak. Roxy, thank you so much. Thanks for upgrading your membership. Love to see you in Aqua as well. Looks awesome. Okay, good morning. I didn't do what I was supposed to do here. Let's see. There's that. Myra, repeat offender, caught once again red-handed, winning the internet. Congratulations, Myra. There was some alliteration I was supposed to use. The disappointment of I forget what, but you won the internet. Congratulations. You did a great job last time. Let's go for 2 in a row, shall we? That'd be wonderful. Oh man, it is a morning and a half. I am just a little bit late getting the placeholder up. I apologize for that. DMB says finally thought my F5 button would end up breaking. My apologies, DMB. You probably had to pound that refresh button a lot this morning. You're done now. You can quit hitting it now. Seagulls is here. Salutes to you as well.
Alex stole it.
Golden Mom, good morning. Golden Girl, both of you are in the house. This is a lot later than usual. I am doing all right. I got in a fight with a shampoo this morning, and it poked me right in the eye. But other than that, other than having a red eye from shampooing my eye instead of my hair, I'm doing well. It was a rough morning, but we're firing on all cylinders now. Kathy's here. Adam Nusky, smart way to cut down on roll call. Did you see what I was doing there? KH is here. Pete Stone, Sharon McDonald, Karen. Good morning. Victoria S. Happy Friday Eve. You were right, Victoria. It is Friday Eve. Maui Bell's here. Why didn't you wake me up? It's nearly 4 a.m. Maui, I let you sleep in a little bit this morning. That's what I did. I was just thinking of you and nobody else. So hope you enjoyed that little shut-eye. Let's see. We can chat in a short time. No worries. Good morning, Ritz. MCAT as well. The Brown Barn. Jen Hoff. Who thinks Cousin Eddie's going to be called Golden Girl? I'm flip-flopping on this. I know I said that I think that Putin was Putin was bluffing, but there's a chance the defense might actually be goading the defense into calling him. Can you see this? Can you look at it this way? I sort of had to do a mental shift. Why in the world would Jim repeatedly kick this door open unless they wanted the state to enter? Right? They want this. They want the confusion it's going to bring. They want just the circus it's going to bring to this court and the distraction and just the confusion for the jury. I think they want it. And now I think maybe Poot was telling the truth when he said, I'm really looking forward to crossing Cousin Eddie. So I'm leaning now the other direction, which now I'm saying for the state's case, please don't call him. Okay, it's a train wreck. We knew that either way it was going to be a train wreck. But after yesterday, finishing up on Cousin Eddie you might as well just show all your hands and say, I surrender. Good morning, everyone. Myra, it should be a great day because you're in charge of the internet. Denise Feldman is here. I know I abbreviated your name. Feldman Ersland. Sorry about that. I was beginning to think Recovery Addict overslept. And that basketball game last night. Good morning, Alex. That basketball game. I will say I went to an ECU men's basketball game, Eastern Carolina University. They are not the best team. They're not the best team. And we honestly, I did not go with a lot of hope that we would see a home team victory in that game. We basically trailed the entire game, sometimes upwards of double digits, well, not upwards of double digits. That would be triple digits. But 10, 15 points behind, I think was the most we ever were. And then we rally a little bit, and then they'd get away from us and stuff. Struggled shooting from the outside. Any 3-pointers, it was few and far between for our guys. We had some good defense, especially right at the basket, under the basket. Had some good defense, and then at the end we just rose like a phoenix from the ashes. It was incredible. We ended up beating Cincinnati. I say we because I'm obviously part of the team, the fifth man or the sixth man up in the stands. That would be me. My cheering alone, rallied them to victory, I'm sure. But it was awesome to watch. The crowd loved it. There was a little bit of a local royalty, Not Rob Williams. I can't remember his name. He's a coach. A coach that has coached in North Carolina. He's in the basketball coaching Hall of Fame and things like that. Showed up at the game. He was wearing a bright pink shirt, and a buddy of mine, I think, spotted him from across the arena because it's a smaller arena, and so you can almost recognize and see the faces and close enough to see who everybody is opposite you in the arena. It's just like 2 little levels. It was pretty cool. But he's like, I think that's this guy. And we're like, no, why would he be doing here? Why would he be up in the nosebleeds with us, type thing. And turns out it was him. And by halftime, there was a line of people just lining up to shake his hand and get a selfie with him. And every single one shook his hand, took a selfie. He I don't know how much of the game he missed because of that, but all of halftime for sure was people just one after another, saying hello and getting a selfie. It's really cool. Looked like a really good guy. Just as patient and kind with the last person as with the very first. Minsky's here. Good morning. I let you guys get ahead on chat, so I'm going to catch up here. Weather Watch is here. Good morning, awesome people. Weather Watch and I have our inaugural podcast tomorrow. Tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern time, we're going to have our podcast is going to kick off right here on this channel. If you ring the bell on the subscribe button, you'll be notified when we go live, but it will be 9 p.m. I'll tell you when. It's going to be awesome. We're having a blast getting ready for that, and I'm super excited. I'm sort of glad that we get an early out today because I've got a couple more things I need to line up before that, and that will give me a window of time this afternoon to do that. Don't forget to hit the like button. Thank you, Myra. DMB, good morning to Weather Watch. Chandra is here. We've got 2 mods. We can start now. JK, Tabitha, JR, EPTX. Sorry. Good morning, JR. Alex just arrived in court. I probably should start looking at that, shouldn't I? I'm watching the wall right now, the seal of the great state of South Carolina.
Alex stole it as well.
All right, I think we've got a feed going there. Yes. Okay. Toxic Orchid is here. Good morning to you, Toxic. Lindsay Hendricks is taking her seat. Sharon McDonald. Let's see. Sandy Fields, hello. Pete Stone. Bite Me is here. I see you, Bite Me. Miss Priss, good morning to you as well. Alexis, Tag. Jimbo, give someone a chance to get the internet for the day. Jimbo, you're going to win. You're coming in pretty close on a couple of these. I think soon here you'll have your chance. Maybe tomorrow's the day. Maybe Jimbo, I'm not against cheating for you a little bit. If you really want to win, hit me up on the burner phone. I might just respond to you and say I'm going to be posting it in 3, 2, 1 type thing. Once you win once, you'd be like, no thanks, I don't want that again. So I might change your mind. Queen Olive's here. First Lady, Kevin, MCAT as well, Maggie Carr, Babs 09X is here as well. Warflare, good morning. Eric as well, Nurglerot, good to see you this morning. How's my old hometown doing? Let's see. Lots of chats just appeared. I thought I was catching up, and I was not. Alexis is here. Mary Kay, Misty Farley, Tag, Miss Priss. Rev Minister, good to have you back. Good morning to you. Carly 196. Richard, I sent you an email. I actually, chicken. I watched it, Richard. It's chicken. It was a funny email. Richard knows what that means. CJ as well. Carolina Girls here. Good morning to y'all. Hope it's an awesome day. Me as well. KH in South Carolina is here. South Carolina represent. Tina P. Jill Klein. Last Poet, good morning. With the pickles. Good to have you here, Last Poet. Zach Bolton. Penny is here. Red Pen. Need to be glamping. Seat, please. Good morning. Let's see. Meyer says, sorry, I'll share next time. Give her a chance. She had a rough go the first time around, and the second time was phenomenal. So if we give her 2 wins, then she'll have a winning record instead of the 50% thing. So maybe after today, she'll be okay with letting someone else do it just briefly. Tina P just upgraded membership to jury month number 2. Thank you very much, Tina, for that. Appreciate that. Let's see, Richard Psychic, I see you there. Carolina as well. Melissa, Shay Patrice, Twisted Branches, Rainbow Light, Ready Freddy, GG, Seagulls. Hope you enjoyed the ECU basketball game last night. I absolutely loved it. We went with a youth group, the same group I meet with every Wednesday night. So we took a group of boys there and sort of all carpooled up there to have a good game. And I have not watched a college basketball game since I was running camera under the basket for a basketball game. And this is interesting. There's actually a sort of sad note that ties into this story. But the voice of the ECU Pirates, JC is what they call him, he passed away this past week. And he had retired and passed, I think he'd retired and passed away this last week. And so they did a special thing for him during halftime. And during halftime, they showed a clip of a game that ECU played where they won the CIT, the tournament, and they beat it. It was the last second. It was like 77-74 thing, and they beat Weber State University, my alma mater. And I just happened to have been the cameraman at that game filming under the basket. And I think if I went back and watched it, I can see myself in the highlight reel of the video I watched from way back in 2013, which was just funny because I was at that game filming at that game, and then to see a clip from that game, and obviously for me it was not a high moment in the game because we had just gone to basically we finished second in CIT instead of first, so it was a sad time for us, but a great time for ECU, and just we got to celebrate that the same time I got to celebrate the loss a long time ago. My wrench is here. Hope that made sense for everybody. T-Rocks, good morning. Grumpy Cat, Twisted Branches, and Shatcher, I see you as well. CG in Texas. Better not have stolen my seat. Jimbo's here. Myra's showing off that she has the internet. Martina Jukic, hello from beautiful Austria. Martina, thank you very much for checking in from Austria. Love the flowers as well. See the Creative Bee. Eileen Taverina. Always on Go is here. I need to turn the camel sounds on. Sorry. Mountain Mama, Sunshine Sunflowers, Donna Thompson, Roxy Moser, Jen D, Eileen, Tag. I don't have peeps yet. I was looking, and I ran out of time this morning. I really, really was. Roxy just gifted a membership as well. When did that happen? Did I just miss that? I just saw it on the top of the screen. Roxy, thank you so much. Let's see who won the membership here, if I can find it. Not a Drama Llama. Not a Drama Llama won the membership. Awesome. That is just great. Thank you very much, Roxy, for that. Okay. Where was I? So many names. Shells is here. Rich, Brenda Childers, Lynn Hoke, Bite Me, Michelle Johnson, K-Frame, a.k.a. Christy. Take your seat and off to the eye doc, Shells. Just staying for a minute, are you? Toxic Orchid is here. The game was great. Toxic, thanks for checking in. Samantha Terry, Tracy, Rhonda, Laney, good morning to my fellow addicts. Not Today is here. Hey, at least you made it before court starts. Let's count that as a win, Golden Mom. I might be late to the live stream, but I'm here before the judge. Maggie Sale, are we on the last stretch yet, laddie? I've got a life to be getting on with. Maggie, we are on the last stretch, at least for the prosecution. I believe today is the day for them to rest. Hopefully they have a heavy hitter to finish up. Otherwise, this is going to be the biggest whiff you've ever seen in the history of court. Wallflowers here. Good morning. 8 to 10 inches of possible in Iowa. That's the snow. That's the white stuff you're saying. Rain would be worse, I think. 8 to 10 inches of rain, but snow is pretty bad as well because it's cold. Stay safe up there, Wallflower. Tracy Ritz. Hey now. I am Ami 008. Good morning to you. Laney. Oh, that really hurts. What was I talking about that hurts? I have a short memory, like a goldfish. Roxy Moser, good morning, family. Christine says, hello all. I have a question. What was Alex Murdaugh's excuse for the blue bundle he was seen carrying into his mom's house? We don't know. Alex has not testified to that. And And honestly, if the lawyers tried to present that as evidence, the prosecution would object. They want Alex on the stand. They would love to have Alex on the stand. So they'd object to the lawyers bringing that in the form of a question to a witness because of the hearsay rule. The witness is here. He can testify if he wants that brought in. Yeah, so I did say Putin. Sorry about that. Poot. Harpootlian. G. Smith is here. Toxic Orchid again. Ritz, sometimes alias. Had to wash my dog Cousin Eddie. I think you're poking fun at the fact that the Murdaughs named one of their dogs Maggie, which just seems weird. I mean, that would be like, your father-in-law naming his dog after you if you married, I don't know. It's just weird. It's weird. Maybe, I don't think the dog came first is what I'm saying. I think the wife came first and then the dog, which is weird. Vixen Amber is here. Good morning to you. I hope you liked the testimony yesterday. Probably not enough details for you. I'm hoping that all of it gets released. Let's see. Ginger, Dallas born, Boston bred, always on go. I think prosecution witness testimonies are over, and today is the start of the defense, correct? They haven't officially rested, always on go, and I think we've got a little bit more testimony from the prior witness. I don't think he actually got excused yet, so we'll see if that happens. Miss Chris, Katrina, I see you there. K-Frame, aka Christy, the prosecution is terrible, and I think their organization is going to either cost them the conviction or result in a hung jury. No, they have not rested their case. Carl Herschel, T-Rocks, good morning. Mary, are they the Pirates? Yes, they are the Pirates, Mountain Mama, the ECU Pirates. It's sort of funny because I've never been in a college basketball arena that was this small, and I was expecting a very poor experience because nosebleed seats, in the upper section, but really I could see everything. I could read everything across, could read the logos on the people across the court, and I really liked it. I think I prefer watching a basketball game in that type of arena. You just felt so close to the action and so involved, you could almost hear what everybody was saying. It was really cool. I was thinking the Spurs versus Hornets basketball game. That was a different one. T-Rocks is back. Lynn C., good morning, everybody. My dog Murray, 6-volt bus, good to have you here. Holly Henderson, O-Town Chill, good morning. Had a little Ogden story earlier about Weber State. Samantha Terry, good morning to you. Not today is here, March 13th. T-Rocks, good morning, y'all. So glad to be back. Red Pen, shout out to JB right now, up there in Canada. He's probably listening right now. So big shout out to you guys. We're stay safe and warm up there. Keep an eye on the balloons for us. Also got a shout out to some people who are going through some tough times right now. Debbie particularly, our hearts with you. She's having probably some hard news coming this week with family members that are not doing well. So just keep Debbie in your thoughts and prayers here today. That would be great. Mo Freedom, morning all, East Palestine here in my prayers. Roxy Moser, Samantha Terry, la 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 lay. I love that name. I just like saying it. It rolls off the tongue. Katrina, Carl Herschel. Am I catching up? No. I got to go faster. Always on go. Lynn C., Samantha Terry, CG in Texas. Not a Drama Llama is here. And I think this is the last time we'll see his name in gray this morning because it's green from now on. Congratulations on winning that membership. You missed most of it yesterday, but I'm here for the craziness today. Chance Cousin Eddie. Let's see. What's the podcast about? It's going to be sort of current events, a little bit of what we talk about now, but it's less video-based and more conversation back and forth. And it's going to have some fun in there as well. So I think you'll like that. Lynn Hoke, welcome to the gallery, month 2. Thank you so much for your support. Appreciate you. Myra says, can't wait for the podcast. Neither can I. I'm super excited. And I'm nervous, honestly. I just between me and you, don't tell anybody, but I'm nervous. I'm super nervous about it. I don't want to mess up Weather Watch. I don't want to disappoint Thomas. And so I'm super nervous. So maybe once we start, the butterflies will go away. Marilyn Skull is here. Alexis, I ran out of iced coffee this morning. How am I supposed to do anything productive now? You might just have to sit down in front of the computer and just call it an L for today. Take an L and just stay with us. 6-volt bus, Myra and G, True Celtic. Morning from Virginia Beach. I've got to get up there and detect that beach. I love watching videos for people to detect up there, and they do so well. I've got to come up and visit you sometime. Seagulls is here. Let's see, Angie, Myra, Lara, love Lara CP. There we go. Took me 3 tries, but I got it in the end. Karen Fall, a little bit. Jeannie Bailey. Kelly Harper, I'm here. Hi and good morning. I'm turning on the audio now from the courtroom just in case something happens because I'm running late. Let's see. It's not going to be specifically court cases. I'm going to go by my first name, Scott, on there, not as much recovery addict, although that might slip out a couple times. You know, I'm used to calling Thomas Weatherwatch, and he's used to calling me a recovery addict. So it might just, we're not going to hide the fact that that's who we are, but the podcast will be just a little bit different. It's Marissa. Good morning, all. Alexis. Lee, I see you. Good morning, Lee. Dallas-born, Boston bred. Elizabeth Blacko. Hi from the UK. May I just say all the ins and outs of his T-shirt? Why are the prosecution bringing up the lack of blood on the T-shirt and his hands? If he touched them, he could have been covered in it. Yeah, Elizabeth, the whole shirt was just it was weird. I think in the grand jury they said there was blood on it, right? Is that my understanding? That the testimony to the grand jury was that he had blood on his shirt, and now it turns out there's may or may not be anything, or it could have just been touched because he tried to roll Paul over or something. There's not a lot of blood evidence on Paul or the car or anything else. A little bit of Maggie's blood on the steering wheel. That might be a thing. Cackly Lady, please, says Ritz. Linda Hill, Heidi, I see you there. Good morning, Heidi. Roxy Moser. T-Rocks, Broadway Garden. I think I'm almost caught up. Let's see, TW, who else is here? Samantha, Terry, Wendy, True Celtic Mutt, Katrina, Marianne Malaro. Good morning. Pete Stone just came in with 5 gifted memberships. We're going to see who won those just in a second here as I'm trying to catch up frantically before court starts. Michelle Johnson, Yucky. Dre, good morning. Not a Drama Llama, Toxic Orchid, TWT Rocks. The Dutch girl is here. I brought my own cushion. Is that allowed? Sure, it's allowed. We have lax rules here. My dog Murray, T-Rocks. Seeing who else I've missed. If there's anybody. Training day for me. Need pickle power. Mind numbing. Oh, man. Trainings are the worst, especially if they're IT-related training. Annual trainings in IT positions are the worst. Let me say that. She's an internet star. Traded her on her being human trafficked, but oops, that never happens. Her name is fake too. Not sure who that was referring to. Probably an answering somebody else. But okay, is there anybody else I missed here? Last Poet, I see you. Chris. I think I'm caught up. Buzz Nevermore, good morning. Oh, here are the memberships right here. Pete Stone gifted a membership to T-Rocks. Kelly Harper. Katarina Scarcella. Mary Kay and Gleaves H. Congratulations and thank you very much, Pete, for the... Yeah, Pete Stone gifted the membership to T-Rocks. Kelly Harper. Did I say that wrong? Pete, thank you very much for the generous donation there. I appreciate all of you who support the channel. Oh, there we are. Horse Sheet and Bananas. We can't forget you. Nicole is back from Goodman Law Firm. We had her on last night. If you guys missed her analysis, please watch the last, I think we had like 15 minutes or so with Nicole on just giving her take of what happened in court yesterday and what she thinks of the proceedings. Just want to keep a quick eye out here as the cameraman is just walking by the courtroom. That's the line of people waiting to get in outside the courtroom. And I think we've got family going around to the side entrance maybe. Can't really tell who that is. We'll keep an eye on that just for a second. Goodman Law Firm, Red Pen, T-Rocks, Kayla, Lindsay Hendricks. Just a token of my appreciation for RA. Thank you, Pete. I do appreciate it. The camera's been dropped, so we're going to go to somewhere else. It was awesome, Nicole, to have you on. We'll have to do that again. I love your analysis. And Lady Writer says, you missed me again. Am I in the corner? No, I just hadn't got down that far yet. Rihanna Zapta, I got you as well. Cachette, Linda, Miss Wollover, Kids Can Draw. I think I got all those. Gabrielle Biorange. I don't know how to say your last name, Gabrielle. I'm paranoid now. You skip over me every morning. It's the name. It scares me to death, Gabrielle. I'm sorry. Skip. I'll try not to. Kelly Harper. Bay One Gaming. Nice hair, bud. Thank you. I just got out of the shower. It's still dripping down my back. Let's see. Roxanne. I think Katrina's here. Rev Minister, see you there. Let's see. I think we're almost caught up. That's not my name. I didn't get that one. We say howdy here as well as here. Lily, I'm also here. Just want to hear my name in English. Lily. The bailiff just yelled very quietly. Did you hear that? Okay. That's coming. So Lily Georgieva. Just want to hear my name in English. Gordon's late.
May now be seated.
I was talking about the cameraman. Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about me. I'm like, thank you, man. That's the best compliment I've had all day. Jules, hello. Susan Blankenship.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Carolina girl. I'll have to cut it short here.
Ready.
Yes, there's another emoji. I'm not sure if Color Me Abstract is here or not, but he has sent me just a ton of pictures.
Who's first?
And I decided to make it emoji. A little peace bird.
I'm happy to go first. Obviously,
Your Honor, since we filed a memo and we have not added to it, I'd be more than happy for the Attorney General to go first.
Why does he need to say that? Why does he just stand up and pontificate on the fact that he's second? Because he lost in the who's first battle?
Your Honor, and I sent a memo early this morning. Hopefully you've had a chance to see that. A lot of it reiterates what we had previously filed in our prior motions. And again, as it relates to this particular evidence, as I argued yesterday,
Noisy courtroom this
consciousness of guilt is a very recognized class of evidence as admissible evidence of motive and identity in South Carolina courts. Obviously, we've cited a number of cases in more classic senses of consciousness of guilt evidence, such as witness intimidation, flight. But any sort of evasive action, any sort of action to evade detection or throw off the scent has been admissible in our courts. Your Honor, I see the clerk from Barnwell here, and I had a murder case in front of her not too long ago, or it's been a while. But in any event, in that particular case, the defendant found in his car was a voodoo root. That said, had on there, protect me from murder charges, save me, judge, early, protect me from murder charges, and ultimately that.
Okay, this is yesterday's feed. It's replaying. There's replaying yesterday's stream on this channel. So give me just 1 second. I don't think the judge is back. It has not started yet. False alarm. False alarm sounds exactly like yesterday, says Myra. It's like, did anything happen yesterday while I was away? This happened yesterday. This is yesterday. He said that yesterday. You guys, thank you for catching on. I'm like, that sounds really familiar. And plus, he's early. When is the judge early? It's like deja vu all over again. Glad I can confuse you guys. Hope you all didn't leave thinking this was yesterday's live stream. This is live. I will fix it. Let's see. That was the weirdest thing because the channel I was getting that from, Fox 9, started playing yesterday's stream. It showed that it was waiting. People were waiting for it, and then went live, and it was playing yesterday's stream. So I would say that's not my fault. I'm not gonna own up to that one. It was Groundhog Day. Hope you all enjoyed that. Psych. Welcome to the Twilight Zone. Yeah, it's not on yet. Thank you very much. I'm back. This is what we should have. This is where we're at. I'm watching some other feeds as well. Let me pull in, I need WLTX here. WLTX. Just a moment. Let's see where we are.
Alex stole it.
Why am I suddenly typing in the dictionary? I don't want the dictionary. I want News 19. That's what I want. That's good. We've got time. I might even be able to do my ASMR moment here before the judge gets to court. Okay, I think we will. That was your warning, by the way. We will have a little bit of ASMR this morning. Let me put CBS News here instead. I think they're going to be a better source this morning. Now 216, that's the right. Now I'm paranoid. I don't want to put anything up unless I'm absolutely sure it's the right video. Okay, sounds like you could hear the echo of someone's noisy nostril breathing. Let's see, Camel.
Alex Stollett.
This is exactly how our podcast is going to start off. Thanks, Weatherwatch. You know I'm nervous already, and now you throw that in. Hopefully not. Please be kind. Rewind. Okay, Gabrielle. Pronunciation: Beer or Angie? No excuse, no. Okay, Gabrielle, Beer or Angie. Welcome. That might be the only time I get it right. You guys did see there was a new emoji. This is for Color Me Abstract. This is actually some of his artwork. He sends me some abstract art, and he said, emoji, please. He sent me probably about 150 pictures. Now, they're all fantastic. He's an abstract artist. I thought this particular one, I actually had to crop it just a tiny bit, and I apologize for that. In the original artwork, above the bird in the clouds, the words peace is written out. So I thought, sometimes we need to just send a little peace token to each other. So this little Twitter bird, little blue bird of peace. If there's an argument going on and you want to basically say, okay, let's call it quits, but on good terms, you give them the peace bird. It's different than giving somebody the bird. Giving somebody just the bird is actually more inflammatory, but the peace bird is different. So give them the peace bird and then just be done. That's all going to be used wrong. I know it. Everyone's going to be giving each other the bird all day long. I think 80s Music Man, I see you there. I didn't call you out before. Queen Olive, good to have you. Still nothing from the courtroom. I'm checking. Need a moment? I do need a moment, Tag. Now is the perfect time for a Twix bar. Thank you. Perfect timing on that one. Let's see, we do have Samantha, I do have my mug to fill up. Bite me, I just messed up the morning. That's all I did. 7, Jojo Peter, good morning. Not a drama llama. Malapropist. I don't have my glasses on yet, so the new emoji looks like Patrick from SpongeBob, and I was already here. I was already here for it. Yeah, it's Patrick Cachette, sure. It's a warbird. Yeah, it's good. All right, we're gonna survive this one. The judge is gonna be back soon. Now he's late. Okay, I was early before. I'm gonna flip that around to flipping the birds at people all day long. Just saying. Yep. You're gonna give the peace bird to everybody, but it's a nice way. It's like imagine someone flipping you off on the freeway, but smiling, just like from the heart, smiling at you at the same time. That's what it is. It's like, I love you. Yeah, type thing. Let's see what just happened. Oh, got a weird notification. KX Star is here. Good morning. Grumpy Cat as well, using all the emojis. Jojo Peter says, didn't watch yesterday. Did they decide Cousin Eddie will take the stand? The defense kicked the door open again, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I can. I'm not sure if the state wants to go in there. The door's been opened several times now, almost intentionally. That's what it sort of brought up this morning, that they keep opening the door with Cousin Eddie. They're sort of baiting the prosecution to go that route. Not sure if they will. Bite Me, you need to play the music I sent you. Bite Me, did you single-handedly compose? Do you own the copyright to that? Because if I play it and you don't, I could get one of the 3 lifetime strikes on my channel, and that could be very, very bad. Melissa Chalupa, Jet Set J, good morning. Crime Fighters. My dog Murray is here. Kay Cormanick, last name Cormanick. State folds today. Thank you very much. I got it the first time, I will say, before I read your pronunciation guide, but I appreciate that anyway. I don't think they fold. I think they'll rest. Now we've got the judge. Now we have the judge. And we have audio.
You may now be seated.
Go straight to bring the jury. They're starting on time and ending early today, Ritz. Red Pen, I will display the source for that emoji, if that works for you.
Mr. Griffin?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Before we bring the jury in, I would like to put on the record the basis of my objection to the redirect of Agent Owens regarding the roadside shooting. Understanding the court's ruling was that I opened the door to that based on my cross-examination.
Over and over.
This is the first case I've had the benefit of being able to go back to YouTube and see exactly what was asked on direct.
You can say you watched it on the Recovery Addict. It's fine.
I have typed it out. Your Honor, it's very brief. On direct examination, Mr. Meadows asked Agent Owens, question in some point in 2021 in the fall, did a financial investigation begin in Alex Murdaugh? His answer was yes, sir. Question, would it be fair to say that the investigations overlap with each other? Answer, it did. Question, would it be fair to say that the two investigations fed off each other? The answer is yes, they did. From the information I was learning from the financial investigation, it gave me additional people to consider and to look at Mr. Murdaugh as a reason why or why not. The next question, were the individuals in the finance investigation that you also interviewed in this investigation? He said, yes, I did. And then the question, did you learn information from the grand jury testimony? He says, yes, I did. Then the question, did you follow up on that information? He said, yes, I did. That was elicited on direct examination. My cross-examination, I began on this topic. You also testified that in the fall of 2021 there started up a financial investigation. Yes. You said it fed off and overlapped with the murder investigation. Yes. You developed information that Alex was stealing money to support a drug addiction. Yes, that was reported. Question, you learned that Alex was paying up to $50,000 a week to buy drugs. Yes, that is what was reported. You learned that Alex was buying from Curtis Eddie Smith. Yes. You learned that Eddie was buying from the Sand Hill Drug Gang. Yes. You learned that Eddie owed the Sand Hill Drug Gang a lot of money. Yes, but they were not worried about getting their money because it was Murdaugh. Question, did you ever conduct a cell phone analysis of the Sand Hill drug dealer's cell phones to see if they were at Moselle on June the 8th? Answer, no, because in my experience they use burner phones. Question, you never got DNA from them to cross-check against the unknown DNA on Maggie's fingernails. Answer, no. Question, you never put them in the investigative circle, did you? Answer, my understanding is that investigation is continuing and is being conducted by the DEA. And from that, Your Honor, there were no questions related to the roadside shooting, no questions related to whether Alex lied to the police in connection with the roadside shooting. It was all about him stealing money from clients to support his drug addiction, which is evidence that was already in the case. Your Honor, I sent the court via email earlier today the case of State v. Hayward, 426 SC 630, which is a 2019 case where the Supreme Court reversed Judge Young on an opening the door theory.
The same Supreme Court reversed the Court of Appeals.
Excuse me, the Supreme Court reversed the Court of... Sure.
So we sent the Court of Appeals?
The defendant was convicted. It went... The Supreme Court, the Court of Appeals affirmed, and the Supreme Court reversed the Court of Appeals. That's right. And vacated the conviction based upon the introduction of propensity evidence, 404 evidence, on the theory of opening the door. And in that opinion, Justice Hearn is very specific to state that the courts have to be very careful and very wary of thinly veiled attempts to show propensity by way of the open door doctrine, and that the testimony and response must be proportional and confined to the topics to which counsel had opened the door. And again, I go back, we did not open the door to any roadside shooting, any insurance fraud, anything with regard to Alex lying to the police. And so that was the basis. I just objected, so I want to put that in the record. Today, they intend to present a full panoply of evidence on the roadside shooting. And, Your Honor, we would oppose that.
What do you mean a full panoply?
Well, they've asked to, that they're going, my understanding is they're putting up Agent Kelly to talk about his investigation of the roadside shooting. We got a request this morning for them to play the hospital videotape of Alec in the Savannah Hospital, which is over an hour, where he's being interviewed by SLED agents, and he's meeting with a
I don't see the state resting today.
To draw up a sketch of the roadside shooter, and that they plan to introduce that evidence. They plan to introduce, as we understand it, follow-up evidence of when Alec gets to detox in Atlanta, when he calls back with Mr. Harpootlian and I, and gives a full statement. about the roadside shooting and about how he had lied to them previously, how he was sorry.
Is that the same video or
They're two separate. I mean, second is just an audio tape. But Your Honor, I just go back to State v. Hayward, where the court says testimony in response must be proportional and confined to the topics which counsel has opened the door. And so they intend to spend 3 hours of testimony here today, and it's not proportional, and it's not related to the topic that for which the court, I believe, should find that. And I don't think I opened any door because I think the evidence was already in the case.
All right.
And it was in response to direct. It wasn't something I brought up.
Okay, Mr. Waters.
Please, Court, Your Honor. To go back, obviously, we had this issue and we addressed it yesterday morning.
This time we're dealing with the issue of the court's, the exception or statement for the record that Mr. Griffin wanted to make concerning the court's ruling yesterday. We're not dealing with any anticipated testimony today at this time. I'm not ruling based on what, well, I've already ruled, but
it's already ruled
entertaining these comments for the record regarding yesterday's ruling. So go ahead.
I think, Your Honor, if you listen, obviously, to the excerpts that Mr. Griffin just read, and you put that in the context of everything that had developed, starting with Marion Proctor, that the door is more than opened, and the State's intent in that regard is to fully respond to and flesh out the very examination.
The State's intent in that regard, we're talking about yesterday's ruling, so we can close the door on that. Do you have anything else to say about the court's ruling yesterday?
No, other than the examination, the redirect examination clearly was in response to and appropriate opening the door after that examination, and that's I think that Your Honor's ruling was appropriate in that regard, and I think that again that has opened the door to exploration of those issues.
Concerning the court's ruling yesterday, and also State v. Hayward, Mr. Owens, in questioning Mr. Griffin and cross-examining investigator Owen, got into this circle of interest that Alex is in the circle, then cross-examined the witness regarding, did you consider Eddie Smith to be in the circle? Well, did you consider some unknown gang members?
Jury's not here yet.
Might be to be in this circle. Did you know that Alex was spending $50,000 per week supporting a drug habit, presumably through Eddie Smith, and that he owed money or he was indebted? So Mr. Griffin introduced the relationship between the defendant and Eddie Smith. The court conducted a pretrial, a hearing outside the presence of the jury, addressed the issue, made it clear that the roadside shooting was a bridge too far. Then the defense decided to build a road over that bridge, decided to just go right there as if they could dance through fire without getting burned, scarred, or anything.
Okay, so the judge, I said dance with the devil without getting burned.
The door was open.
And he says dance with fire without getting burned.
This
I
is
think
not
the judge
the
watches
same
the
as
channel.
the situation in State v. Hayward where a co-defendant's, a cooperating co-defendant is being questioned about unrelated matters, totally unrelated to the case, and the Supreme Court felt presiding judge went too far in allowing evidence not proportional to what was open and which he already ruled should not be introduced. I find that what this court allowed on yesterday was proportional because it was in relation to evidence elicited not by the state, but by the defendant. And the state is entitled to explore this relationship between the defendant and Eddie Smith. And then we'll have further discussions at some point regarding this limitation of just randomly throwing out names of people, or suspicions and speculations regarding on the issue of third-party guilt.
Happy birthday, Mary.
To the extent that the defense sought to introduce the relationship between the defendant and Eddie Smith, and then to seek to infer that Eddie Smith might have been or should be a suspect in the murder, then to prohibit the state from saying, well, if Eddie Smith should be a suspect, and Mr. Murdaugh, who at the outset engaged in his form of problem solving by telling the state what this case was all about and the murder was all about, meaning the boat crash, then later engaging what appears to be a conspiracy along with the person that the defense seeks to insinuate to be or should have been a suspect. The state is entitled to explore that. The extent to which the state should be entitled to explore that, that's open for discussion today, Chris, but not based on the court's ruling yesterday.
He's opining on his decision.
Court in the Hayward case did indicate that the court should be careful to the nature and extent to which these other matters should be allowed to go into, and I intend to do that. But the record is protected to the extent that Mr. Griffin went through YouTube and citing what his version of what he said yesterday, excluding the portion that's more relevant and important to the court's ruling. But the record speaks for itself on all of that, and the court's ruling stands as it was given on yesterday.
Your Honor, obviously we would accept your ruling, but
okay, now we have a ruling, we have for the record, now we have an exception to the ruling, and another comment. Go ahead.
What I'd like to discuss now is what the state will be allowed to submit in support of this position. Now, clearly there is a taped statement by Mr. Murdaugh from a detox facility in Atlanta, which was initiated by Mr. Griffin and I. So certainly there's no objection to that. I mean, there could be, but no real objection to that. Secondly,
no objection to the statement.
Well, no objection to the statement pursuant to and conditioned by our previous objection to, I want to make the record clear. We're objecting to any of this.
Oh, I understand. You've objected to everything throughout the trial. I understand.
Well, there's a couple things we missed.
Yes, they did.
We'd like to rehear some of those, but Your Honor, but then, and again, Mr. Waters and I discussed last night after your ruling, a way perhaps, I know this is shocking, to expedite this process. For instance, there is a statement made to EMS, the statement they're wanting to get to, which is, drive-by shooting, all those sorts of things, which he later on admitted in the telephone statement that was taken, was not true. We get that. It didn't need to be Mirandized on the side of the road by EMS. However, there are two recorded statements taken at the Savannah Hospital by Agent Kelly after he is, and we've got the medical records here if you want to look at them, but clearly has suffered a wound to his head, a fractured skull.
Always suspect of that word clearly and clear. Everything is in controversy.
I don't think this is in controversy.
Tell me what's clear again.
Bullet wound to the head, fractured skull, brain bleed. That's not contested. The medical records indicate medication that he was under while he was at the hospital. We would think there'd have to be a Jackson v. Deno hearing on those interviews, just under the issue of, was he competent, a competency hearing. To do that, we would have to bring the physicians and the treating physicians from Savannah here to testify. And again, and I think Mr. Waters will concede, it was at 6, I emailed him and said, all good, what we talked about yesterday, and he came back a little while later and indicated that he'd like to put those in. Mr. Griffin and I, over a cup of coffee, said there's competency issues, and we informed him of that this morning. Nobody's playing gotcha here. So we don't believe those should come in without Your Honor being able to rule that he was competent, hear from the doctors, and I think we may have worked out a compromise on that. I just want to confirm that for the record. But what we have worked out is this. The statement that he would not have to bring the EMS people. There's a statement that they made. Agent Kelly can publish that statement without having them need to be here. There was a knife recovered at the scene. They don't have to Kelly can identify that. There was a what else?
Your Honor, so what we talked about yesterday, just to kind of wrap this up, was again my intent to do this in a very expedited and focused fashion, not get into every detail or litigate that entire matter. And I suggested to the defense, and they agreed yesterday, that I could have Agent Kelly, who's the lead investigator on the side of the road, come up and essentially, in a very abbreviated fashion, walk through the case without the need to call the 911 operator or the ambulance driver or the roadside deputy or the DNA analyst or the person who found the knife, and so forth and so on. And I plan to do that, again, in a very expedited fashion. I'm not talking about anything 3 hours or the like. We also discussed this morning that I do need to be able to relate to the jury, though, the defendant's claim, which I have argued to you is particularly relevant, that he was attacked by an unknown assailant on the side of the road, when in fact he knew exactly who it was. He had actually arranged for it. And so our discussion that I thought we had an agreement on, I think we still do, is that Agent Kelly, there was an interview in the hospital on 9/4 and one on 9/6, and that I would have Agent Kelly just summarize and reiterate the defendant's claim about what happened on the side of the road, as well as the fact that he worked with a sketch artist, and show that sketch picture, and then just move through it like that. And then we will play for the jury, which I think they just said they don't object to, or no additional objection, the telephone interview in which he ultimately admitted to law enforcement in the presence of his attorneys that it had been a lie.
Yes, sir.
That's the deal. But I feel a little more comfortable if we could just have, and I'm not trying to delay court, but this recording is 47 minutes long, 41, whatever, 40 plus.
Whatever.
So many recordings, I'm confusing them, but 41 minutes long. Could we take, if you could just, and by the way, I've agreed to allow him to lead unless I see something reprehensible going on. Which for me is difficult to restrain myself from objecting, which would expedite it even more. But at 6:30 this morning, we were not in a position to discuss what Agent Kelly's, the sort of acceptable what happened at the hospital thing. I'd just like 5 or 10 minutes just to review that with him, and then I think we're on go. Although, just for the record, we're objecting to any of this. I don't want this kumbaya moment to be viewed as any waiver of our objections.
The only thing I just want to put on the record, again, is that in discussions with the defense counsel, moving expeditiously with Agent Kelly and without raising hearsay and that sort of thing and making us go through our paces has been a strategic decision that the defense has made.
Pursuant to the, I just want to make it clear, I hate to sound like a broken record, but I don't want any appellate court ever to look at this and say, well, you agreed to it. We're agreeing to this process pursuant to Your Honor's ruling this morning.
Yes, Buster
I
is
have not reviewed any of the evidence that you all
in the back corner.
Are now referencing. So to the extent that you all have an agreement on moving forward with this evidence, considering the objections, I'm fine with taking 5-10 minutes if that will expedite things. I deal with what you all disagree on, not what you agree on.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Don't involve us on your agreements. So Buster is sitting.
We're going, if Your Honor, when you take this recess, we're going to take myself, Mr. Griffin, and maybe even Mr. Barber to, he seems busy, to a room where we can have some peace and quiet and have a discussion without being interrupted every 2 minutes.
All right. We'll be in recess then for hopefully about 10 minutes.
All rise. Remain in order.
All rise. Okay. So we get a 10-minute break before the jury even shows up to court, or in the courtroom. I think I got everything synced up during that time. There were a couple questions that popped up. I don't think the video at the hospital or any kind of treatment program evidence should be allowed, says Jojo Peter. Yeah, I definitely want to know a little more about the medicated state he was in when he made that statement. That takes us back to the shot in the foot moment in the emergency room where we got a recorded statement with a suspect who was medicated up and in pain. Okay, Color Me Abstract. Yes, we did give you an emoji. Thank you very much for all the different emojis or the different pictures you sent me. I chose this one. I did say I had to cut it off. I'm going to show you the original right here, and it's on my screen. It's not as clear because my TV doesn't have a good color range. But on that top little wave of the sky, like up in the clouds, it does say peace. So we used that bird. We cropped that down a little bit and made an emoji for Color Me Abstract. We're using it as the peace bird. So when somebody is bugging you a little bit and you want to remain friends but maybe end the conversation, just flip them the peace bird and be done. So that's what we're going to use that one for. To still be friends, but we're done type thing. I don't know. You guys can use it however you feel appropriate. It is a peace bird. It's an emoji of peace. So don't use it. Let's see. How would I say that? Don't use it in anger. My brother has rehabbed long enough to apply for his license, but chose not to do so because of the temptation. Okay, there was another question about the family, why the family was sitting like all spread out where they are. I don't know if Buster got in a fight with his girlfriend or what, but he's not sitting next to her. I think what I've seen from previous days is the girlfriend likes to position herself to be not directly in the line of sight of the camera that looks across at Alex. So she tries to sort of hide behind someone in front of them. That's generally where she likes to sit. So she sort of isn't directly visible. I don't know why Buster didn't move over and sit by her. Maybe a breakup's in the works. Let's start some rumors here. They are instructed to sit a little further back than they have been earlier in trial because of some incidents that occurred that the judge supposedly has reprimanded them for. And one of them involving flipping someone the bird or making a gesture that could be interpreted as flipping someone the bird. And the other involved a John Grisham book that may have been passed up to the defendant inappropriately. Judge is on fire today. He puts them both in their place a little bit. Gave him 10 minutes. So we've got, about 5 after the hour roughly. We might expect him to come back. Laughing at his own joke. No one else is. Seekers, good morning. Thal, I don't know what I just clicked on. I just clicked on your channel. Okay. That's what I did. I accidentally tried to click on your message and it took me away to a special place on the internet, which is awesome. Thal's channel, Warhammer 40K, if I remember correctly. Enter full screen again. Let me try to get chat back. It scrolled and I clicked on the wrong spot. So that's what happened. This live stream is the best, says Sample User. Thank you, Sample User. I appreciate that. Freebird, says Ivan. Good morning, Ivan. Meanie Banana, the middle finger. He used the other bird. Yeah, it's not a war bird. I agree. It's a peace bird. It's a bird of peace. Yes, you were a little bit late, Ivan. It's all right. Put the exclamation point at the front of late, and then you can be ridiculed appropriately. Oh, no. Let's see. My young ones are doing a painting. You can use that one. They're going to be doing some painting, and so they're going through my old shirts. Weber State basketball. Yeah, that's actually that hand symbol is now no longer socially appropriate. Here, let me show this one really quickly. I used to work at Weber State, and there was a symbol that they I can't show that one. It's not appropriate. That's not what it meant when we use that. No, not on that one. No on that one. No. And yes. Okay. Sorry, they're going to be painting. The kids are going to be painting, and so they want some of my old T-shirts to paint with. And so Mrs. R.A. was bringing out all these T-shirts that she thinks these ones are old. Can we use them? And they're like, no, they mean so much to me. So I just sacrificed a few shirts to the kids' project. All right. Let's see. Lindsay Hendricks says, Buster is sitting by his girlfriend. I asked because him and JM were on different rows, and then there's a big space between Buster and girlfriend, cousin and aunt. I don't know why. Maybe they're saving a spot or something. Buster did not give the peace bird. No, it was more of a bite the middle finger at a witness while making direct eye contact. The defense is stipulating to the introduction. That means they're agreeing to it. He needs to argue the roadside shooting is outside the scope of the relationship introduced, and it should be limited to drugs. Yeah, because they never brought up the roadside shooting, and the previous ruling was that was too much. That was one bridge too far, or something like that. I genuinely do not believe he got the finger. He's got the finger, says Lindsay. I'm working in the office, but listening today. Good morning, sassy girl. Welcome, Wallflower. I see you there as well. Thank you for the phone. What did I do, Wallflower? I think I might have sent you a message, or vice versa. I don't know. Let's see. Bay One Gaming is here. Good morning. Karen Paul. Girlfriend passed the bar recently. May or may not want to be associated with Alec. Yeah, she. If she passed the bar, I don't know. This might not be the case to cut your teeth on. Harpoon's getting on my nerves. His style of wanting to get the last word and get a win even when he lost, it's frustrating. He can't just accept it gracefully and move on, and it does seem to delay things. And then he has this, I won't say it's a Southern style of speaking, because not all Southern people are like that, but with his drawl, it seems like it's natural for him to draw things out a little bit and explain things that don't need to be explained. I like the judge's personality, but not his ruling, says Ivan. Let's see. What else were we supposed to? I was supposed to answer another question, and I forgot it altogether. Lisa B., you're late, but you're here. Welcome. Morning again, Seekers. Tag, it's about time. I listened to that song last night. Goodman Law, great input and comment. Michelle, Nicole was amazing last night. Love her input. We're going to have to get her on again. Maybe pit her against Matthew and do round 2. Begin. Fight. Something like that. Tom Vaughn, good morning, everyone. Overslept. You're late, but you're here. The jury's not there yet, so you're sort of on time. Yep, now that's a bad symbol. You can't do that one. It was, I forget why that was the shirt the school produced. That wasn't like a student-made shirt. It was a school-sponsored shirt that they gave out to all the people who showed up at the basketball game. And since then, that symbol has become to mean something else. I think it's even got like racist type connotations. So I can't wear that shirt again, even though it had good memories about when we had it. Let's see. Cover Dad's vintage shirts as paint smocks. That's exactly what they are. Okay, let's see if I missed anything else. Are they painting in white or seafoam? I don't care what they paint in, as long as it's not on the table on the floor. Let's see. I will go full screen on this, so you can run around back there. Wait. No, just kidding. Giving Mrs. R.A. a hard time. She doesn't like running behind the camera when she has to grab a book. She is, if you don't know, Mrs. R.A. is a full-time, can we close that one a little bit again? A full-time homeschooling mom. sliding door. Just left one to the right. There we go. That's it. Thanks. She's homeschooling, and so this is one of the projects the kids are doing involving paint. She has her own channel that she talks about homeschooling things, family life, things like that. She calls it Homeschool Ground Zero on YouTube. She's doing a great job over there. Okay. Sled will forever have a new meaning. Okay. Pam Jams, I see you as well. Weather Watch, come get your weather. The clouds here in Bama look very suspicious and are moving rapidly. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. There's a lot of no this morning, Recovery Addict. Are you that sentimental? Yes, I am. I've got shirts that I collect a couple things, and my shirt collection is not. She went through almost all the T-shirts I own right there. That was not like I don't have a closets of shirts. I do collect lanyards. And I know I make fun of witnesses that wear lanyards on the stand, but I do collect lanyards from every event I've ever had a press pass for, or the backstage pass, VIP, you name it. Most of them involve me doing filming work, and so if it's a TV show I was filming for, or a news station access pass to get in the studio, things like that, I have all these badges and lanyards that I collect, and I do get a little sentimental about them. Let's see. Yeah, I think many of you are saying this $50,000 a week thing is just, you can't survive doing that much drugs. There had to be money going to someone else, whether it was paying them off to be quiet, or paying them for something else, or or funding some other business of bad reputation. I don't know. Josh, good morning. Good to have you here. Thal, you need to sell a pickle jar as part of your merch. Pickle jar. What would be in the pickle jar, Thal? I mean, would we have like stress pickles, like the ones you can squeeze or throw, foam pickles? I don't know. Maybe I think there would have to be pickles in it. I couldn't sell an empty jar. That seems like the people that sell like fresh air in a jar or something. Tish, good morning. Did we get a late start today, or just me? Tish, I'm glad you missed the original start because I was playing yesterday's live stream. As far as the court feed went, and it sounded awfully familiar. About 2 minutes in, I'm like, this sounds familiar, and everyone's like, this was yesterday. So I'm glad you missed that. We do have a little bit of a delay here as the judge has had a little business outside the presence of the jury, and most of it is really just for the record, we'd like to get this said, basically. So it wasn't really a decision that was made here. And some of the other stuff that was brought up, the judge sort of said, you don't need to tell me if you agree to something, just do it. I'm here for when you don't agree. So maybe we'll get them to speed up just a little bit on that. But I'm looking now, I bet Harpootlian was right. Harpootlian is right that the state's probably going to take all day. That's my guess now. Color Me Abstract, you created that art on iPad app to draw. I have a lot of drawings, and I mean a lot. I've seen a lot of them. Color Me Abstract. They're fantastic, and your little logo is one of them as well. Can never go sledding again. Oh man, sled crashed into the trees at the bottom of the hill. I've got a story about that, but it's a family story. It happened to somebody else, so we won't share that one. Samantha Terry is reminding Tish of a little typo we had yesterday while she was just pooping in to say hi. Popping in to say hi. We all caught it. It was really funny. Old button-up dress shirts work really well for kids when painting, like the light blue Columbia style. And also, if you can throw them in a pair of khaki jeans as well, or khaki pants, that's also good. Got an old pair of shoes. Wear those. Appreciation for the counterpoint. If you were going to do lawyers. If she loves Buster, she should really stand by him and suck it up. So it's Goodman Law Firm. I don't know why they're seated that way. Maybe he's reclining on the bench. I missed your Buster comment. Let me go back and look. Let's see. Where's the Buster comment? I'm scrolling. Here we go. Regarding Buster, if we look back at the 2015 Stephen Smith case, the idea is he was killed because Smith was going out to Buster was going to out Buster. That was the idea. I don't know. I would have to see a lot more evidence on that before I could really say that. But that's basically the idea behind why Stephen Smith was killed and why the Murdaughs were involved in some way. And you're saying that plays into why they're not sitting together. The judge started life in Jim Crow South, had to move to Cleveland to pursue law. He's not putting up with this crap. This judge is doing a great job. And in South Carolina, it's awesome. He's doing great. I don't agree with all his rulings either, but I like his demeanor and how he sort of controls things. And his sense of humor as well. Okay. Catching up. I think I'm caught up. 7 says, I know I've said this before, but you are the man. Thanks for the daily streams. It makes my mailman job that much better. 7, I just wish you could watch, because half the fun is what's going on court. But if you can just listen, then we'll take that as well. Tish says, I watch Mrs. R.A. Love her. Funny thing, my youngest is in college. I don't homeschool, but like you, she's soothing and a great speaker. I love her organization and tips. Thank you, Tish. Mrs. R.A. is fantastic, and I love her as well. Probably more than you. But, Goodman Losser says, Nicole says, I wonder if they did a Fox screen at the hospital when AM was shot. It would be interesting to see what and how much drugs were in his system. It sounded like the way that Harpootlian said it sounded like it was probably more like medical records indicate that he had been given a drug. That's where my mind went, the way he said it. I don't know if it was like a drug screen or not. But $50,000 a week should show up somewhere. So drugs as well as paying people off, I think that's what we all sort of agree on there. Hello, little miss. Welcome. Good to have you here. Katrina's off work today and don't have a million things to do, so I get to be here for the duration. Well, hopefully it's a great day. We're hoping for some good stuff with the end of the state's presentation. Mrs. R.A. is the bomb. I agree, Thomas. She's amazing. Let's see. Cindy Lou, good morning. Slept in, but I'm here. Welcome, Cindy Lou. Cindy Lou, is that name related to anything from Dr. Seuss, like Cindy Lou who is not more than 2? I'm just curious. The full speed tackle hugs. Somebody's going to get hurt, kids, if you keep playing like that in the house. Mrs. R.A. has new subscribers. That's awesome. I think she's over 800. She's trying to get to 1,000, and I think she will here very soon. But she's doing great. More payoffs than drugs, I think. I'd agree, T-Rocks. That or he was seriously overpaying for anything he was getting. Mondos and radios. I don't think you drink in court anything but water. I didn't know you drink in court anything but water. Nope, I just drink water. I did have a root beer yesterday. I had 2 root beers yesterday, and I hadn't had soda in quite a while. But I'm really trying to do better. I'm on a little bit of a diet, and maybe we'll get some exercise here one day. Sent a photo of Mardi Gras painting that I did. Bite me, I'll have to look for that. Is that to the burner phone or to the email? Let's see. Looks like... Oh, we'll look to the burner phone. Oh, awesome. I love all the little masks. It's a picture of Mardi Gras masks. If I hit this button and change it to autofocus, I can show you like this, and it will focus like that. And that saves just a tiny bit of time. But Bite Me, great picture from Mardi Gras with all the different masks. Love the colors. What if he drugged himself because he knew what was coming to his head? No, I have to switch to manual focus again. And bingo. There, I'm in focus. Okay. Here's Carolina Girl. Here's what I think about the roadside incident and Mr. Murdaugh. I don't think he planned on just getting grazed by the bullet. Now, he might have planned on just getting, shot in the arm or shot in the leg or shot in the foot or something like that. Are we going to get yelled at? Nope. Okay. But I don't think he planned on just getting grazed in the head. Nobody wants to say, just graze me in the head. That's That's not a thing. It's just too easy for that bullet to go somewhere else. If he wanted to be shot in the head, he wanted to
Mr. Waters.
be done with.
Yes, sir. I believe we're ready to proceed. I know we still have cross on that other witness.
You guys need to see this, huh?
So the court knows we do have Dr. Kinsey, who's our expert, who will go after that, so that we can go ahead and get him on the way. And then after that, we would move.
You need to behave anyway, Fowler, or I'm going to call you real dad.
Special Agent Kelly, and I think we've had a discussion and have the same sheet of music so that there's at least no additional objection to the ones they've already raised.
Sounds reasonable to me. Okay. And, Your Honor, my goal here is to be as reasonable as possible.
Yes, sir.
I'm getting outed here.
You may bring the
by
jury.
People who know. You may bring the jury. Wife and I have mugs. They're cool. They're awesome. Thank you, Tom Bond. My first Dr. Pepper of the week. Just subscribe to Mrs. R.A. My mom is on her 52nd year as an educator and counselor. That's awesome, Dilly Pickles. Let's see. All rise. Cousin Eddie may be an addict, but Alex was funneling money to Eddie. A lot of money, like $500,000, a lot of money to Eddie. Kim, I think after they get smacked down, they do tend to be nice to the judge a little bit, and the judge sometimes will smack them down again and be like, "You don't need to thank me, you just do your job, and I'll do mine." So once again, the best comment as far as who's on the stand will get pinned at the top of the screen, and funny explanations are appropriate as long as the real stuff is there as well. So if we have a nickname for the witness.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Day number 19.
Sorry, 17.
State's case, cross-examination, Mr. Barber.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir.
He never said a word today.
Thank you, Your Honor. We call Dr. Kenny Kinsey.
He was already up out of his seat. He knew he was going to be called. Sugar-free Sprite yesterday tastes almost the same as regular Sprite? Really? I might have to give that a try. Street value to Vicodin, $126 per pill, so at $12,600 you'll be taking 10,000 Vicodin a week.
The testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. So help me God. If you would, please, sir, be
your stomach could not hold 10,000 Vicodin a week.
Spell your last name and try to talk in the mic as good as you can.
Her instructions to the witnesses are getting longer. She's trying to basically take over what the...
Kinsey, how you doing today?
Kenneth Lee Kinsey, K-I-N-S-E-Y. I'm fine, sir.
Good.
He got interrupted.
Dr. Kinsey, let's talk a little bit about your career and who you are. First of all, just kind of introduce yourself to the jury a little bit and tell them where you grew up and where you went to school, and then we'll start to talk about your law enforcement career and your expert qualifications.
Yes, sir. Happily. I grew up a long way from here in a little county called Orangeburg. I was there about 54 years.
It's just down the road.
Went away for college a couple times and came back. And I'm currently the Chief Deputy of the Orangeburg County Sheriff's Office. And I'm also a professor of criminal justice at Claflin University, where I teach crime scene related classes.
All right, and pull that mic a little bit closer to you. Let's first of all, before we get to the professorship and what led to that, let's talk about your law enforcement career. So walk me back to the beginning, and if you could just kind of walk through the various stages of your career and the things that you did along the way that led you to become the Chief Deputy for Orangeburg.
Yes, sir. I began my law enforcement career approximately 30 years ago, and I've held many positions in those 30 years. But for the last 22 years, my concentration, other than administration, has been crime scene investigations and working violent crime scenes. I have ran the crime scene unit in Orangeburg for 6 or 7 years, and then I went on to SLED for approximately 4 years, and then I came back, and now I directly supervise the captain of investigations, and investigations includes the crime scene unit. So I'm still hands-on on crime scenes, either as a primary or a backup crime scene investigator. And as I mentioned earlier, I teach crime scene investigation and other criminal justice related courses. I received my bachelor's degree from Clemson University in 1991. My master's degree in science from Troy University in 2011, and my PhD from Walden University in 2019 with a concentration on use of force cases involving police officers. And my research is use of force and crime scene investigations.
So we could call you Dr. Kinsey, correct?
My grandmother told me it's what you answer to, but yes, sir, I'll answer to that, Kenny or Chief Kinsey.
And we could call you Professor Kinsey, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And then we could call you Chief Kinsey as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, let's talk a little bit more about the law enforcement. Then I want to talk a little bit more about the education. Now, you mentioned that you've done a lot of administration, and tell the jury just a little bit about what it is to be the chief, and just what that entails, and then we'll talk a little bit more about sort of the crime scene stuff, if you would.
Yes, sir. I answer directly to an elected sheriff. I'm the number 2 man at the sheriff's office, and I supervise approximately, when we're full, when every slot is full, I supervise over 127 people. 105 are certified law enforcement men and women.
So this guy worked his way up in his career.
About 9 different
but he answers to
divisions
somebody
at
who got
the sheriff's
voted
office,
in
including
by popular
narcotics,
vote.
special operations, criminal investigations, civil, courtroom, school resource officers. There's several groups in there, and our civilian employees.
Now, as you've already testified, you don't just do the administration stuff as a number 2 man, but over your career you've also extensively done actual law enforcement work, processing homicide and other major crime scenes. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I have. I have boots on the ground, processed north of 800 death scenes. Not all of those are homicide. That also includes suicides, accidental deaths, and unexplained deaths. That is either as a primary investigator or as a secondary investigator in my career. And I still have a directive that I placed with my coworkers approximately 11 years ago. I still go to every death scene if possible.
And over that time, you said over 800 death scenes over the course of your career. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then, how many pieces of forensic evidence do you think you've processed over the years?
That would be hard to determine, multiple pieces for each scene, but part of my duties...
Homicides, then?
Yes, sir. Part of my duties when I was at SLED was to also process evidence that was submitted through the door. And what through the door means, these are items of evidence from other agencies that have worked their own crime scenes, and they send their items to SLED.
I think we're going to hear about Paul's phone.
That's in the thousands.
Blood.
I would have no way to give you a quantitative number.
In the thousands?
Yes, sir.
Is it also over the years, have you attended autopsies as part of your investigative work as it relates to death scenes?
That is correct. Every agency I have worked at had a mandate that you attend autopsies to collect evidence, do major case prints, GSR, and that kind of thing. And also to give the pathologist an idea of your interpretation of what happened.
And have you ever been asked to consult on death cases in jurisdictions throughout the state or even in other states?
Yes, sir, I have.
And describe that to the jury, please.
As a consultant, I work for, to be frank and honest, sometimes it's against law enforcement. Sometimes it's defending law enforcement, just depending on what I believe is wrong and right. And I have participated with private attorneys in the civil process doing both. And I've also been asked by colleagues and comrades across the country to review a piece of evidence if they may have needed a qualified examiner to technically or administratively review that piece of evidence or their findings.
All right. Before I come back to the specific crime scene training and experience that you have, I just want to go back again to your education. You went to Clemson, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, and started a law enforcement career not long after that?
That is correct.
And what year did you graduate Clemson?
I was on a 5-year plan. I graduated in 1991, and I started as a reserve deputy. The records are a little shaky because back then you worked until they had a certification class, but best I can guess was somewhere around 92, 93.
So 91 Clemson?
Yes, sir.
I was 92 Carolina. So. All right. Then you went on to Troy University at some point later in your career?
I did, yes, sir. I attended Troy's satellite campus, which is in Sumter, an actual brick and mortar school. And the purpose of Troy being placed in Sumter is because of Shaw Air Force Base. A lot of our men and women
CG,
who protect our country
many
use their
hats.
GI Bills to further their education at such campuses. And I had to travel 3 nights, well, 1 night a week
heading's still right.
and
It's
2
just he
days
has
a
other
week
roles as well.
for approximately a year and a half to complete that, pass proficiency.
All right. That competency exam, is that a pretty tough exam?
Defense had no cross for the witness.
The second toughest thing I've ever done, yes, sir.
Is the pass rate pretty low on that thing first time?
It is very low. We probably had 30 people in our class, and I only know of 4 that passed the competency the first time.
Were you one of them?
Yes, sir.
And then you went on and got your doctorate, is that right?
I did, yes, sir.
And that was at Walden University program there?
It was, yes, sir.
Did you have to do any residencies with that?
Mr. Waters, we'll stipulate to him as a qualified expert if we could just go ahead and move on. Thank you.
Your Honor, the state's entitled to explore the extent of his qualifications. That goes directly to the value of his opinion to the jury. I'll do it expeditiously, but I think we're entitled to do that.
Do you accept the stipulation or no?
I do accept the stipulation. I would like to
I'm still gonna
very
ask him all the
quickly
questions.
finish up the qualification process so that the jury understands that.
Ladies and gentlemen, he is so qualified. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. So real quick, you did some residencies in your doctorate, is that correct?
I did 4 residencies in Atlanta, yes, sir.
All right. And ultimately did dissertation and all that comes with getting your doctorate relevant to criminal justice and criminology, is that correct?
I defended my prospectus and my dissertation, yes, sir, successfully.
All right. Now, let's get to the last thing I want to cover as far as your qualifications, but what specific areas of crime scene investigation and reconstruction have you had training and experience and previous qualifications in?
Yes, sir. I have been certified internationally by the International Association for Identification as a crime scene technician. That's a 5-year deal, and then 5 years as a crime scene investigator, where you have to do practical and written examinations, and you have to have statistics in your background, a certain number of each item to even be able to take the test. And that encompasses all of the different aspects of crime scene investigation. My training also encompasses footwear and tire tread examination, bloodstain pattern analysis, crime scene reconstruction, fingerprint examination, and fabric impression, but I haven't done a lot of the fabric impression.
All right. Have you ever been qualified in courts of record as an expert in crime scene examination and reconstruction?
Yes, sir, I have.
How many times?
Approximately 35, 36 times.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in fingerprint examination?
I have, yes, sir.
How many times?
Maybe 20, 25. Sometimes, and let me explain why. Sometimes it's not individually. Sometimes you'll qualify for 2 or 3 of the different disciplines, and I didn't keep track of which time, was singular or which time was multiple qualifications.
All right. And then have you ever been qualified as an expert in footwear examination?
I have, sir, approximately 8 times.
And tire tread as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. I believe that's what I wanted to go through with your qualifications, which I believe you stipulate in those areas. Is that correct? All right. Let's move on. Did you have an opportunity to review, at the request of the state, the crime scene here as it relates to Maggie and Paul?
I did. Yes, sir.
All right. And just very quickly, what are some of the types of things that you reviewed as part of your process?
Can we ban that
when
word,
I do a reconstruction, I look at the available evidence as I feel
they can't say it very quickly anymore
to help me answer some questions. And the questions that or the things I wanted to accomplish from this reconstruction, you can determine sequence, you can determine movement. A lot of times you can determine the number of blows, or in the event of a hand-to-hand combat or a firearm was used, those kind of things. So I examined forensic reports that were issued by law enforcement laboratories. I also examined extensively photographs that were taken on the scene measurements, that kind of thing, and I also responded to the scene. It was rather close, and I took my own measurements.
When you say responded to the scene, when did you first get involved in this case?
The end of 2022, and I'm not talking about when the scene was actually going on. I went after the fact and did my own measurements.
All right. And when you were retained by the state in this case, were you told any particular goal, or were you told to just take a fresh look at it and offer your opinions?
I was told to look at all of the evidence and determine what I may be helpful on, and to use my own judgment objectively, independently, and come up with my own conclusions.
All right, let's talk about, if we can, and again, we're going to have to deal with some of, maybe not the images as much, but deal with some of the injuries that Maggie and Paul suffered, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's, if you could, just remind the jury, what were the injuries that Paul suffered, please?
They were very, very severe firearms injuries. One was a shotgun wound to just a little anatomical left of the midline of the body. One was to the shoulder, and it proceeded into the jaw and ultimately into the head.
And was that the first injury or the second?
The first injury was the shotgun wound to the middle of the chest, and it was non-fatal. Right. At least not fatal immediately.
And then what about the second injury?
The second injury was immediate death.
And were you able, in reviewing the crime scene evidence, to come to any conclusions as to the order in which Paul suffered those gunshot wounds from the shooter?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right, and please relate that to the jury.
My conclusion was that the first non-fatal wound to the midline of the body occurred as Paul was standing with his body canted in the middle of that dog food room, pointed slightly southwest, and the shot entered the midline of his chest, exited his underarm, entered his underarm on the actual arm, and exited the outside of his arm, and most of those 9 pellets proceeded through the back window of that dog food room.
Right. And then just real quick, you said 9 pellets. So explain that to the jury why you say 9 pellets.
That double-aught buckshot shot shell contains 9 pellets and I guess you'd describe it as a styrofoam packing to keep it tight so it doesn't shake. And when that cartridge is expelled out of the end of that barrel, the styrofoam packing dissipates or goes its own way, and those projectiles continue in the correct path.
And hold on for me real quick. I want to get a couple things marked.
His hand's a little shaky. I'm not sure if he's nervous.
Can I have the Elmo, please? I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 531, 532, and 533, and see if you recognize these particular images.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and tell the jury just generally what these are, please.
These are views of the floor of the feed room and a view from the entrance to the feed room and some digitally placed legs that I placed in there to show Paul's approximate position in that feed room at the time of the shooting.
Your Honor, at this time I'd offer states 531, 532, and 533, I believe, without objection. Objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
All right, I'm going to put 531 up on the screen here. Make sure we can see it all right.
I'm not confident any of the streams are going to show us this, so I've got my fingers crossed right now. Watching everybody to see who's got it.
All right. All right, Dr. Kinsey, you were talking a little bit about Paul's positioning and his location when that first shot happened. And if you could tell the jury your conclusion as to where he was located when that shot was fired. And then if you want to step down and if you could maybe point out
like bare legs
what was added to this image to kind of reflect your conclusion in that regard.
Thank you.
And there's a dowel stick right behind you if you want to use that.
There's like bare legs standing there. Do you guys see this?
Okay, as you see here, those are the digital legs that I placed there showing Paul's approximate position as he was standing when he had the first gunshot wound. Here along the floor, what you see are passive or 90-degree blood droplets. And when blood, you can tell a lot from the direction of blood by the way it strikes an object. Blood has a cohesive factor. It's viscous. And you probably heard that term before with the motor oil for your car. It's thicker than water. And the thing that causes that blood droplet to change shape is the friction and the direction and how much force was used. Well, a 90-degree drop just is exactly that. It's perpendicular to the ground. So these 90-degree drops right here tell me that Paul was standing there for a moment. Can't tell you how long, but those drops were running down from that wound on his arm, more than likely his arm, because his chest area had a shirt on it. It takes a little while for that blood to make it through the shirt, but it'll run down the outside of your arm and drip off your fingers. And you can see these 90-degree droplets here, here, and then they actually lead to the door. You can follow the path to the door. He's not moving very fast because most of them are almost perfectly circular or 90 degrees. Had he been moving real fast, you could see some directionality in him. A tail, because the tail always tells you the direction with a blood drop. So I know he was moving slowly, and I know he was standing in the middle of this room for some time after the first shotgun wound.
All right, and approximately how far was Paul inside the feed room? Can you describe a little bit about the dimensions of the feed room and your conclusion as to how far within the room Paul was when he was struck by that first blast?
Yes, sir. Well, the feed room is 10 foot deep by my own calculations and by looking at the other sketches. And where you see his feet here is just on the other side of the halfway point. So I went, I'm guessing because I have no way of running a tape measure because when I went there, everything was moved. But this door is 36 inches and it's approximately 1.5 feet, 2 foot past the door. So that's how I come up with that determination. And he's just on the other side of the midpoint of that 10-foot room.
Which is about how far from the doorway?
5 foot.
All right. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as 534, stage 534, and see if you recognize that.
I do. Yes, sir.
All right. And tell the jury what that is real quick.
That is a general view from outside the feed room that was taken at the time the crime scene was originally processed. And I added a digital enhanced arrow showing the reader or the viewer the direction of the shot path.
Right. This time I offer stage 534 in evidence. Okay. All right, I'm going to put 534 up on the screen, and if you would, just show that arrow that you're talking about that's been added to this image.
Yes, sir. Right here.
All right, and then as well, just show generally where those blood spots are. It's not the best image in the world, but where those blood spots are that led to your conclusion about Paul's location within the feed room when the first blast struck him.
The placard hasn't been moved, although it's hard to see the droplets, and of course I didn't add the legs to this. But just on the other side of that placard, and then you have here a quantity of 90-degree blood droplets with a partial footwear impression in it. And then you can follow the blood droplets to the door.
Going back to stage 531, again, point out to the jury, if you would, the sort of the digitally added feet that you had added. All right. And if we would, if you could, just if that's the feed room doorway, can you just sort of position me, in your opinion, how Paul was standing when that first blast happened?
That's the doorway coming in?
Yes.
About right here.
All right. And Let me ask you this. In your review of the evidence and the available crime scene evidence that you've reviewed, in your expert opinion, is there any way that Paul's arms were raised when he suffered that first blast to the chest?
I see no possible way his arms were up when he suffered that first shotgun wound.
And can you explain the basis for your conclusion to the jury in that regard?
Yes, sir, I can. The shot pellets, real close because they stayed together. They went in as one, as a unit, and then they did what a shot pellet does. They separated once they struck the skin and made entry, run along inside his body cavity, and exited his underarm. If his arms would have been up, he would have had no entry wounds on the bottom of his arm and then more exit wounds on the outside. He had over 20 entry and exit wounds, and he's only got 9 pellets. So the only way the math works out is if his arm was down. And additionally, the wad stopped and was under his arm. Had his arms been up, in my opinion, that wad would have went on and exited his body because it's only plastic. It doesn't take as much resistance to stop that wad as it does a shot pellet. And the wad stopped. It was right. You could grab it with your fingers if you would have been medical personnel and needed to. It was right there.
All right. And let me ask you this. Do you have a lot of general experience with firearms?
I do. I'm a firearms instructor for handguns.
Forgot to tell you.
Shotguns.
I invented
patrol
guns.
rifles, subguns, and fully automatic patrol rifles. Everything but precision rifle.
All right. And when you say an instructor, where is that?
I'm certified.
Quantico.
I have credentials through the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy. I've also been certified as an NRA law enforcement instructor, and I currently have a CWP endorsement to teach concealed weapon permits from the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division.
And you testified how many buckshot are typically
has
in your
more
average
lanyards than I
buckshot
do.
shell?
According to the literature and according to my experience, there are 9 in that particular buckshot.
Did you see any evidence, I think you've already mentioned this, but did you see any evidence from the crime scene as to what happened to some of those pellets as Paul was struck as they continued on?
Yes, sir, I did. They exited on through the back window.
All right, and I'm going to show what's already been admitted as 532 and put that up on the screen. And if you could describe to the jury what you're talking about in that regard, please.
This is that window at the back of the feed room, and you can see the shot shell pellet defects here as they went through the window.
We're not seeing this indicator.
Those kind of big holes, are those consistent, though, with buckshot pellets striking that?
Yes, sir, they are, and some are bigger than others because it's just the makeup of glass. I mean, sometimes you'll get one individual hole, and sometimes it'll take out, a large portion, so I have no way to know that.
All right. And just real quick, I've got 533. I'm going to put that up on the screen. And again, is that just a close-up of where Paul was standing about 5 feet or so inside that feed room?
It is, yes, sir.
Based on your review of the blood evidence that you saw?
Yes, sir. And here are the partial footwear impressions. And here you can see the 90-degree blood droplets and some other biological materials.
All right. And in your conclusion, what's the most, what's the most likely explanation for those 90-degree blood drops? So how is that physically happening?
It's the arm wound. Even though it was non-fatal, there's less restriction from clothing or anything else on the arm. Here you've got the T-shirt that's got to completely saturate before it gets to the bottom and drops. But here on the arm, you got nothing. So once those pellets exited, entered, and exited again, that blood's free pouring, or not free pouring, free running down his arm, and then they'll drip off the ends of your fingers.
One thing I want to ask you about is you've testified as to your conclusions as to the position of Paul when that first shot struck him. Is there anything about the entrance wound itself that supports your conclusion as to the shape of the entrance wound?
Yes, it's oblong instead of completely round, and had he been standing facing that door and took that double aught buckshot to the middle of the chest, I've seen it dozens and dozens of times. Instead of coming out this side, a shot shell or a projectile doesn't make a 90-degree right. Generally, it's going to follow the same path unless it hits something hard enough to make it ricochet. It would have went on through his body. It still would have exited the window. It just wouldn't have done the damage to his arm and his underarm. So he had to be canted in this direction. And the wound is not perfectly circular. It's more oblong, which tells you that he was canted to some degree.
All right. In your review of the crime scene evidence, did you come to any conclusion about the location of the shooter when that first buckshot blast struck Paul in his chest?
It would be hard to say exact, but I can say to a bare minimum the breech of the shotgun, because I don't have the shotgun. I don't know the length of the barrel, that kind of thing, or I could run it from the door. But the breech of the shotgun, where it ejects the shot shell casing after it fires, was somewhere inside the door. Because had it been on the other side of the door, the shot shell would have been located outside. So depending on the length of the shotgun, at least I can say the ejection port was inside the door of the shed.
All right. And then the shooter, I have this image up here, which I apologize, states 534. And can you kind of illustrate what you're talking about to the jury using that image?
Yes, sir. The breech, the ejection port, where you load and unload that shotgun, which is a little less than midpoint from the shooter, was inside this door frame, at least to some degree inside.
And where were the
so the shooter was
expended shot shells
right in the doorway
found on this crime scene?
According to the photographs and the original crime scene, behind this door.
And is that consistent with your review of the evidence? Does that support your review of the evidence that you just, that conclusion you just related to the jury?
Very easily. If you look, this room is kind of cluttered, and I measured that door myself. It had been pressure washed, but the same door, found the same shot shell pellet defects in that door. 1.5 inches at the bottom of the door, that's plenty of room for a shot shell to bounce and roll under the door. So I have no reason to believe it didn't end up there because of the location of the shooting.
All right. Let me get a couple other things marked. You can kind of head back to your home base, and now let me just get these marked real quick.
Interesting stuff here. I think we're going to get some testimony about Paul's phone from this person as well. Dr. Kinsey.
Dr. Kinsey, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 535, 536, 537, and 538 state's exhibits, and see if you generally recognize those images.
Good luck, Nicole.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and generally explain to the jury what these images are, and then we'll talk about them specifically.
Those are images at the door that I've added some visual enhancements to help the reader understand the flight path of the second shot and the different elements that I looked at in determining where the shooter was for the second or the fatal shot to Paul.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 535, 536, 537, and 538 into evidence, I believe, without objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
All right. Let's look first at 535, and before we get to that, generally describe again to the jury your conclusion as to that second injury suffered by Paul, the fatal shot as you've described it.
Well, the first thing is, once Paul received that second shot, he never walked again. He never made any movement. Any movement he made was involuntary, and it was due to gravity, pulling his body down to the ground. When you sustain an injury to your brain like that, that ceases all movement. So he was found outside the feed door. He fell over forward after sustaining that movement. Some wounds are fatal later. You can actually see someone that receives a fatal wound, and I've seen them run 100 yards. They can move for a little while. This is not that type of wound. Once he received this wound, it ceased all movement.
And did you, I'm going to put attachment, states 535 up on the screen. And tell the jury what this particular image reflects, please.
Yes, sir. If you can look at the green funnel that I've added just visually, if you look at that green funnel, that is approximately the shot shell path, the shot path from the shot shell after it did the injuries to Paul, or the direction of the shot from the shot shell. And I determined that by shot shell pellet defects that are still in the door, even though the door had been cleaned. I went and looked at it myself, run my own measurements, took the width of the door. I took Paul's approximate height. It's listed as several different things. DMV shows him at 5'6". The pathologist listed him, I believe, at 5'9". So I had to split the difference. I went somewhere in the middle. Then I deducted the distance between the top of your head and the top of your shoulder. So I took another foot off. Then I took the width of the door, and it's one other thing I looked at, and that was a void pattern that's on the door frame of the door. A void pattern is caused by something being there when the blood and biological materials are let. We call it a bloodletting from the wound, and there's a void pattern, which tells me something was in that way, and because of the narrow door, in my opinion, it was Paul. So that's what caused that void pattern on that door. So I used all of that, and I used a dowel rod, and I used a protractor on the doorknob side of that door frame, and I ran it up, and that's what helped me establish the angle of that shot pattern.
All right, and we're going to use the images to kind of talk about that a little bit more specifically, but quickly I want to show you.
The feeds today are all trying to take the
540 and see if you recognize
the Elmo full screen, so it's difficult to find somebody who's
yes, sir, I do.
A view of Alex in real time.
540 is my photograph when I visited the scene.
I'm trying to give you a picture when I can.
And 539 is also my photograph, and it shows that top hinge of that door is approximately 72 inches at the top of the hinge.
All right, Your Honor. At this time, I'd move into evidence of belief without objection. States 539 and 540.
Okay.
Admit it. All right, let's. If you could, I'm going to ask you to step down again. I know I just sent you back there, but come on down.
The only people who are showing Alex are basically law and crime, and they're also taking full screen Elmo shots as well. So.
Tell me what this image reflects, if you would, please.
Yes, sir. These are 36-inch standard yellow yardsticks. We use them to measure certain things, and it. Right here is the top of the top hinge. It's a 3-hinge door. And this is the top of the hinge. And then 4 inches above this are where those shot pellet defects were that I used to figure out my angle.
All right. And looking at 540, who took this particular image?
I took this image.
All right, so this would have been long after the actual event occurred. Is that correct?
This was last December. Yes, sir.
All right. And tell the jury what this image reflects.
You can still see the pellet defects in the door, and this is the approximate center of it here. So that's 4 inches above 72. That's approximately 76 inches on an 80-inch door.
I'm going to show you states 536 and explain to the jury what this is, and in particular how that's relevant to your conclusion about the angle in which Paul suffered the fatal head wound.
This is the original crime scene pictures. And this is where the pellets took their path. This is where they struck and did damage to the door. And you can actually still see the dents that are documented in my photograph. You can see them in the original crime scene. This is the concentration of blood that's caused by the brain exiting Paul's body in the path of the shot shells. And then you also have biological material, hair and blood, here at the top of the door frame. And that's where I drew my conclusion. At some time those body parts made contact with these sections of the door.
Basically, they're saying his
my
brain
opinion
hit that
is
door.
that it hit here, and then landed on the sidewalk.
Looking at States 537, can you explain what the jury's seeing in this image and how it relates to your opinion about the manner in which Paul suffered that fatal wound?
I can. With a major bloodletting, especially...
Dr. Kinsey, let me ask you to, I'm going to move this podium and ask you to step back just a hair so that the jurors over here can see what you're saying.
Yes, sir. With a shotgun wound, you know, you've got you've got over 800 pellets that are making damage. It's not like a projectile, a single projectile from a pistol or a rifle. So there's mass damage, and it throws body fluids and blood in several different directions, but they follow the path. When I mentioned that it was a void pattern, this is the last blood drop. You can see it in the photograph that I can see, and it's approximately 5 foot right there. And this is not green tape. That is a digital effect I put on the photograph to show the void I was talking about. So at some time, it's my opinion that Paul was up against that door or real close to that door to keep that blood from striking the door at the point in time that he was shot.
All right, and the green tape reflects that blood pad or that void area that is consistent with Paul blocking that area. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Digital tape. It's not really tape.
All right. Well,
yes, sir.
So that's been added to.
Yes, sir.
Okay. To illustrate your opinion. Correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then 538. I'm going to show you this image, and again, if you can point out what's been added and how this relates to the conclusion that you're offering to the jury.
Yes, sir. One thing that I looked at to determine that it happened in the doorway and a little bit outside the doorway, more outside than inside, you don't just look for the presence of biological material in blood, you look for the absence of biological material in blood. Here at the top, it didn't have a scale or a ruler, so I can't tell you exactly, but looking at some of these other objects, I was able to scale it approximately 4 inches up here. You have a void. So I know that it happened, the second wound happened far enough outside of that door frame that the actual frame kept the biological material from hitting at the very top, right here. I also looked at these items. You got some medication, canine medication, or some cleaning materials and that kind of thing up here. You can see all the spatter at the front of those containers. And then we got what I call a demarcation line right here, and I drew it through most of these cans. And that separates the blood contaminated area and the clean area.
So to the right of those lines is
it was at
contaminated,
least
to the left
forward
is not.
Of the angle on
Shows
those
the angle
containers.
the blood was coming at.
And
That's
that's
what he's trying to
why
say.
I believe he was shot. The second wound happened just outside the door frame, but his feet were probably
I think
still in
that's
the
good
door
science.
All right, and just quickly point to the jury, can we see part of the door frame in this particular image?
You can, yes, sir, right here.
All right. Once
Jay Hughes, welcome
going
back.
now
We'll have to hear
States
a story when we
Just
get a
for the
break
record,
how
we
it
were just
went.
looking at States 538 and 537. Going back to States 535, did you reach a conclusion
The dirty
as
was
to
blood.
the location of the shooter on that second fatal shot that Paul suffered to his head?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and explain that to the jury, if you would, please.
The shooter was right here. If you're facing that door, to the right of the doorway, outside.
And
Another hip shot.
would you have expected there to be, in that particular range, any sort of biological evidence in that area in proximity to the shooter?
Yes, sir, I would.
Would the door frame have potentially blocked any of that as well?
It would block some, and just depending on the positioning, how much of the body of the shooter was exposed. Because, once you have that kind of catastrophic injury, it's real fine blood particles and biological fluids that go in all directions. And the closer the shooter was to the muzzle, to the exit end of that firearm, the more stuff you would expect.
Let me ask you this. In your expert opinion, is there any way that Paul's fatal head injury came from the top in a contact fashion or a close fashion?
No, sir. I see no possible way for that.
And explain your conclusion in that regard to the jury, please. What factors weigh against that in your expert opinion?
Well, number one, I don't know of a way to mimic this blood evidence on this door, that pattern where that shot traveled through Paul's shoulder into his jaw, into his brain, and then took a path up and placed the biological material here at the top of the door. If he was shot in the head, then you'd have biological material out here on the ground, or at least going down, on the sidewalk in front of him. And it would be different than just free pouring blood. You would see this pattern, and you would see those high velocity blood droplets there on the ground. And plus the shooter would have to be on the roof to shoot down into him, but you wouldn't have this on the door.
In your expert opinion, did you see any support or evidence in this crime scene that could support that the injuries suffered by Paul were in any manner a suicide or self-inflicted?
I don't see the possibility, knowing that it's not a contact shotgun wound, and I'm fairly strong, and I'm bigger than Paul was, and I don't know of any way you could hold that shotgun out and shoot yourself in that direction at that angle and put that biological material on top of that door like that. I don't think it's possible.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. I hate to keep sending you back and forth, but I'm going to send you back one more time. Now, let me ask you this. Excuse me. The second wound, the fatal wound that Paul suffered to his head, was that buckshot or was that birdshot?
The second wound was birdshot.
All right. And can you describe to the jury the difference between the composition of a buckshot round as it relates to the pellets and a birdshot round?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, please do that.
With buckshot, you've got a number of larger pellets, approximately 30, 36 caliber pellets, and you've got fewer of them. They're made for bringing down larger game. So in the typical double-aught buckshot, you're going to have 9 pellets. In your typical number 2, and it's called many things, the typical person calls it birdshot, chill shot, steel shot, coated shot. I've heard it called many things, so I just typically call it birdshot. But in this particular shot, there's approximately 150 to 156 pellets in that dry lock shot shell. So that's the difference. With the buckshot, you've got fewer and they're larger, and with the birdshot, you've got many and they're greater. They're for bringing down winged animals, squirrels, rabbits, dove, quail, turkey, duck. I mean, just depending on the number shot, that's what that's for.
All right. And about how many approximately birdshot might be in an average shotgun shell?
The literature says that it's 156 in a dry lock. I cut one open and I only counted 150, but that may have been human error.
Around 150?
Yes, sir.
In your expert opinion, when you have birdshot, is there a forensic value to collecting every single pellet, or can you explain those concepts to the jury when you're dealing with birdshot?
I always try to collect enough that the firearms examiner can weigh it, and he can have a good representative sample of what was used to cause this injury. With a projectile or a bullet, you have what's called lands and grooves. Markings, rifling, some people call it rifling, and it's caused from that projectile spinning as it goes down the barrel. You don't have that in a shotgun. And a pellet is so small that you probably couldn't find it if you could have it in a shotgun. So in my opinion, there's no forensic value as long as you have enough to determine what type of shot or what type of shell and the weight of it.
In your opinion, and you've talked about this, but was the shooter
when that fatal shot was fired, inside or outside of that door frame?
The second shot?
The second shot.
Yes, sir. It was outside the door frame.
All right. And where was that second shot shell located?
It was also located under the door.
All right. And is that still consistent with your opinion?
Absolutely.
And can you explain that to the jury, please?
Yes, sir. Like I mentioned earlier, the ejection port on a shotgun typically, now there are left-handed shotguns, but typically the majority of shotguns, the ejection port is on the right side. So as long as that shooter had it at an angle and had that ejection port pointed toward the door, even just the least little bit, that would give plenty of opportunity for that shot shell to be ejected and go inside that door.
All right. I know I just sent you back. I'm going to bring you back down. I'm sorry. Before we move on from Paul, I would, and if you could just use me as a mannequin, but can you sort of describe to me your conclusions about the positioning of Paul when he suffered that fatal head wound, and just how the trajectory of that wound and that shot as you've described and as supported by the evidence as you see it?
Can I describe it and demonstrate?
Yes, please.
So the jurors can see.
Rich, isn't that still like a 12 shots
the
in
second wound,
4
as I
seconds
mentioned,
type thing?
Went in his arm and caused an injury here, a large exit, entrance, and then, of course, exit here. So it had to be typically with the kind of non-fatal wound Paul suffered to his chest and his arm. It's my belief that now his 5'8" frame is dipping or favoring that arm, because as you know, that's over 20-something entrances and exits. I believe it would have hurt him. I believe he would have been in pain, and I believe he would have been somewhat affected. And the reason I believe that is because I've got the 90-degree blood drops moving really, really slow. If he wasn't feeling it, or if it hadn't affected him in some way, I believe his youthfulness would have allowed him to get out of there faster. But he's moving real slow to the door. So that's going to drop that angle just a couple inches, and I can demonstrate.
I think this is a very good.
And if we can make sure that juror can see.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
All right.
It's a very good recounting of the events. I think this is pretty accurate. It goes with what I think happens.
That woman went in approximately right here. It traveled in, out, in, and out in a straight line. In a straight line. Shot always goes in a straight line.
And then when you're pressing the dowel stick there, you're showing the trajectory of the wound, not implying that was a contact wound. Is that
no,
correct?
sir, I'm not. I'm not implying it's contact. I'm just showing the level of the wound.
All right. While I'm thinking about it, the wound to Paul's chest, did it show evidence of stippling?
Yes, sir.
All right. And just very quickly, what is stippling?
Commonly referred to as tattooing. It's particles and material that's in that shell that don't burn up because it's superheated at the time that the powder charge ignites. It doesn't explode. It ignites and burns rapidly. And that's unburnt particles of powder and other contents of that shell. They're hot, and when they hit the body, they cause stippling, or in the old days, they called it tattooing. And that's basically what it is. It works as an ink.
Looking at this particular image, Paul's about 5 feet in the feed room when he suffers the first wound, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And then he moves towards the door, is that correct?
That is correct.
And suffers the second wound somewhere near the door frame on the inside of it.
Yes,
correct?
sir, with his shoulder just outside that door frame.
And when he suffers that second wound, what happens to Paul?
He falls immediately.
And where does he fall?
He falls outside the feed room.
All right. Let's move on now, and let's talk a little bit, if we can, about the injuries to Maggie Murdaugh. And if you could, start out by reminding the jury of the injuries that she suffered, and then let's talk about your conclusions as to the manner and the order in which those were suffered.
Yes, sir.
All right, so if you could just remind us again of those injuries, and if you could go ahead and describe them in the order that your expert opinion they were suffered.
Yes, sir. Miss Maggie Murdaugh suffered 3 non-fatal injuries from a firearm. One was through her wrist, one was her left upper thigh above the knee, One was at her abdomen here, and it exited somewhere around her kidneys. Now, I'm not that kind of doctor. I can't tell you all the damage it did inside, all those organs and things, but it ran a straight line through her body. This one on her left leg and this one on her midsection were approximately the same angle, and they were really, really close in distance. One had stippling that said that it was a foot closer than the other, but that would probably fit. This was either a total separate non-fatal wound, or it could have been a continuation of one of the two fatal wounds. Her fatal wounds were, she had an abrasion or a burn on the left side of her abdomen from the outside in. That bullet followed a straight path. It entered the end of her breast and did extensive damage to the end of her breast, entered her left jaw, side of her face area, and went into her brain. That's the first fatal injury. And it was immediate, and she dropped right where she was at. I saw no evidence that her body had been manipulated, moved, or rolled over. The second fatal injury was down into her head, and it actually did what in the day they call a keyhole injury just from appearances. The entrance and exit in the top of her head were so close it made one big injury, and then it entered into her upper shoulders and went down into her body. That would have also been a fatal wound, but it was second. In my opinion, that one came second.
All right, let's talk about that in a little bit more detail. Those first two wounds that you described, you believe those are the first two wounds she suffered?
Yes, sir, and possibly three. I can't tell you much about this because the arm could have been moving or it could have been here.
All right, well, let's talk about the thigh wound and the abdomen wound. Did you have any conclusions about the location of the shooter as those two wounds were suffered?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and explain that to the jury if you would, please.
I have to get my life-size mannequin here. No,
right there.
No, right.
Left leg out a little bit. About here and here. Here and here.
And in your opinion, were those two shots fired in fairly quick succession or around the same time?
I think it would have been really, really difficult to get a similar angle if they weren't. All the shooter had to do is raise the weapon or lower the weapon, and you're still on the same plane.
And did those wounds to the abdomen and to the thigh reflect the presence of stippling?
They did.
And I just can't
win.
win.
What does that indicate to you about the distance between Maggie and the shooter when those wounds were suffered?
I'd guess 4 or 5 feet.
Okay. Fairly close?
Yes, sir.
All right. And after those two wounds were suffered, and again, we'll put aside the wrist wound for a bit, what would have happened after that in your expert opinion?
In my opinion, at bare minimum, she would have been over. She would have been in pain. I believe sometime in close proximity, she fell to the ground, and that's when the first fatal wound was delivered.
Would she have been prone on the ground or still somewhat raised above the ground or in a bent over position when that first fatal wound was suffered?
In my opinion, from the angle, she would have been on her knees and had at least one hand on the ground.
Those first two shots, well, let me ask you this. There were obviously 6 shell cases of 300 blackout that were used to murder Maggie Murdaugh found at the scene. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Explain to the jury, what conclusions, if any, can you draw about the location of those shell cases, if anything? Explain that to the jury a little bit.
Once again, just like with the shotgun, I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I don't think there are many left-handed AR platforms. So generally speaking, the ejection port's going to be on the right side. I own 7. Some of them throw the shell casing a little bit forward, some throw it a little bit back, some throw it perfect 90 degrees to the ejection port. If they were always uniform where they come out, if you go target practice, you could place a bucket there and all your shell casings would drop in the bucket. You wouldn't have to bend over and pick up your shell cases. Unfortunately, that's not the real world. So I don't put a lot into that unless I have the actual weapon and we can test the weapon with the same ammunition and you can generally get an idea where that shell case is going to go. So no, sir, I don't pay a lot of attention to it. And I definitely don't think the sequence of from one end to the other or from this end to this end means that's necessarily the movement of the shooter.
Gotcha. All right. You said that when she suffered that first fatal wound, in your opinion, I mean, she would have bent over and perhaps been on her hands and knees. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to get down on my hands and knees, and if you could come around here and kind of show me where the trajectory of that wound would have gone, the first wound that was fatal for Maggie Murdaugh. I guess you can come behind me?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All the jurors are standing up right now. We could hear them leaning forward.
The shooter was right here, approximately right here.
All right. And show us the trajectory as it went through Maggie into her.
Just throw that dowel.
Yes. It burnt or grazed her stomach outside to inside, went through the end of her breast, into her jaw, and then into her brain.
Okay. And what would have been the effect on her once that shot was suffered?
She would have immediately fell down with the front of her body.
All right.
And that is the position her arms were in the original crime scene photograph.
And while I'm down here so I don't have to get up again, tell me about the fatal shot and the positioning of the shooter as the evidence indicates to you.
The second shot was not as close, but it still wasn't a long distance. It was approximately here into the crown of the head.
And use the dowel stick to show that injury that Maggie suffered.
In, out, in that line.
Okay. Thank you. We need to go to the dry cleaner after this.
Dry cleaner.
The first shot, the first fatal shot, that would have immediately been fatal. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The second shot also would have been fatal had she still been living, but in your opinion, she was not at that point. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
She may have had a sign of life, but there was no movement. She was not capable of any movement at that time.
Sign of life means
go ahead
she
and
could
have
have been
say
making a noise.
Of course, as soon as I say that to you, I'm
type thing. I know it's
that
pretty
back.
gross, but that might be why there was a second fatal shot. If there was some sign of life, slight body twitching and things like
Let me
that.
talk about something else real quick before we come back to this.
They're going to file for the court to pay that.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 541 and see if you recognize this document.
It's the most motion we've seen for recounting of Maggie's death, I think, during the whole trial.
I'll bring it back to you. Okay, hold on.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, tell the jury generally what this document is, please.
That is a comparison and presentation that I put together over an unidentified impression on Miss Maggie Murdaugh's left calf.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I would move States 541 into evidence under seal. Objection.
Submitted without objection.
If we could make sure the monitors are secured, please.
So he turns the monitor so we can see, and boom,
All right, I'm gonna,
then he shows us.
Are all the monitors secured? We're good? I'm going to put States 541 up on the screen. I'm sorry? I think we're good. I got the thumbs up for Court TV, correct? All right. Moving 541 and putting it up on the screen. If you could tell me, first of all, what do we see here
just panned over
before we get to your analysis
to show
of this
that,
particular issue?
oh my goodness.
This is a general photograph of an impression on Miss Maggie Murdaugh's left calf.
Okay. And do we also see a wound on this picture?
You can see the exit wound from that thigh wound that I described earlier.
All right. And what, if anything, did you notice about or conclude from the sort of the blood pattern on the back of her thigh there?
She stood a little while. I can't tell you how much time, just like with Paul, but she was standing after she suffered that thigh wound because the blood is running down the leg and gravity always pulls it to the earth.
All right. And then, I sent you back there. I'm going to just bring you back on down. I'm sorry about that. Bring the stick. If you would, and again, make sure you're out of the way of the jurors. Was there any sort of mark or any sort of mud mark on the back of her leg?
Yes, sir, it was.
All right, and point that out to the jury, please.
Right here, an unknown impression on her leg.
Okay, and did you engage in an analysis of that particular impression?
I did, yes, sir.
All right, you just stay there. I think it's probably easier than sending you back. I'm going to move to the next slide. And just tell me what this is, if you would, please.
That is the same impression, unknown impression. I've just cropped everything out so you can concentrate on the actual impression.
All right. Moving on to the third page of this exhibit. What is this?
This is a side-by-side all-terrain vehicle that was in close proximity to Miss Maggie Murdaugh's body, where her final spot where they located her, and this is in close proximity to where she was located.
All right, stand by for me real quick.
They've made up. They're now sitting together.
I'm going to show you what's previously been admitted into evidence as State 70 and State 71. And can you tell me what these images reflect?
That is that Polaris ATV side-by-side that I mentioned.
All right, and generally remind the jury where this was located.
Miss Murdaugh was laying face down. That was to her left, underneath a overhang or a I don't know what you call it, a shed that was attached to that airplane hangar. A lean-to, that's the word I was trying to think of.
All right. And do you see any indication of any biological material in the crime scene images that were taken of that Polaris?
That was my first indicator. That's what made me concentrate on a specific tire. Yes, sir.
All right. And let me see how washed out that is, if I can maybe fix it. And can you point out an example of what you're talking about on that image?
Yes, sir, I can.
And I can bring you the original image if that's better.
Right here, we've got some kind of biological material, and I'll tell you the reason I believe that to be so. Like I said, blood has a viscosity or a cohesive factor to it. That's why a blood drop stays together. You know, if you throw a drop of water on a tire, what's going to happen? It's going to run down. But here, and actually here on the front of that four-wheeler, in my opinion, that's some type of biological material.
All right. I'm going to do one other thing. Let me slide by you real quick.
That'd be awesome, Bay One Gaming.
All right, looking now at defense 29. Again, if you could, just this is the feed room right here, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And just if you could, just point to the general location of this ATV and where it was located in the crime scene.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. Right here in this area.
All right, and that would be, again, on this is not to scale, but that would be at least on this diagram where Maggie was, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's our approximate location.
Right.
It's a big display.
All right. Looking at going back to this particular slide and your analysis of this tire, if you would explain a little bit about what you see here and what an examiner looks at in looking at sort of this particular tire as it relates to your analysis.
Yes, sir. What we look at it as footwear and tire tread or tire track examiners, we look at the actual tread pattern and design of that tire or that shoe. And there are a couple different conclusions you can come up with. We compare known and unknown. It's not like you see on TV where you take a picture of a shoe and feed it into a computer. Some people have footwear databases, but it still has to be examined by a human. There's no magic machine. If it is, I've never seen it. What we look at the dimensions of the tread pattern. We look at the shape, the sole, the outsole design, the tread design, the measurements, and we try to find class characteristics. That's shape, size, sometimes depth, or the physical properties included in that pattern. And then to make a complete identification, that's a class characteristic. That's saying there's an association, either this shoe or this tire could have made this unknown impression, or another one just like it could have made this unknown impression. So that's a class or an association. Then you've got an identification. That's where you say, to the exclusion of all others, this shoe or this tire made this print. Now, to make an actual complete identification to the exclusion of all others, you've either got to have what's called a random unique characteristic,
like
a thumbtack in the bottom of someone's shoe, bubble gum, damage to the tread pattern on that tire. You know, you hit something and it cut a tread pattern. So that's pretty difficult unless you have the actual tire, the actual shoe, and then you take it and compare it to the unknown. And what you'll do is take that tire, and three-dimensional comparisons are always better than two-dimensional. Two-dimensional is a photograph. You can't tell depth. If you have the actual cast of that footprint or that tire, now you've got three-dimensional. You've got the width, the length, and the depth. So it's a little bit better to have a three-dimensional to compare with, but you can do a lot with the two-dimensional. If you can get it scaled to the size, you can associate it with another thing. You're looking for them unique random characteristics. They call them accidentals. It's something that happens by accident, just because of the way you walk, the way you drive, what you might hit. And that's what you look at when you do a tire or footwear impression analysis.
I'm going to move on now to the next page in your exhibit, and tell the jury what these two images are, please.
Yes, sir. This is the unknown impression on Miss Maggie Murdaugh's left calf, and this is the photograph of the known front driver's side tire of that side-by-side.
All right, and when you were starting to compare these two, did you have to make any account for the relationship of Maggie's thigh and this ATV tire?
I did.
Now explain that to the jury, please.
Just like if you're driving in your car and an ambulance comes up behind you and you look in the rear view mirror, you can read ambulance. But if you look at the front of that ambulance, it's written backwards because you're looking through a mirror. Well, with a shoe, a tire, or Miss Maggie Murdaugh's leg, you can't see through her leg. You can't see through the tire. So you have to flip one of them or the other. So flipping the tire, in my opinion, because it has some characteristics on it that I wanted the reader to be able to look at, I chose to flip the impression on her leg to do the comparison. Because unless you do footwear and tire tread examinations, you're not going to be able to look at something in reverse and find those points.
So this is the original orientation, is that correct?
It is, yes, sir.
That's what I think where they're getting. They're
flipping
saying
over to your next slide.
That's
where you've reversed the image, is that correct?
Same photograph. I just pulled it over. In the old days with 35 millimeter film, and I'm from the old days, we just flipped the negative. That's all you had to do. It's a little bit more complicated in the digital world, but not that hard to do. But this is a direct representation. It's just in reverse.
All right. Continuing on as we go through your analysis, what does this reflect?
This is just a side-by-side so you could understand the orientation. Here, 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 and here. Those are the two treads that we're talking about now.
All right.
And by the way, those on the tire are the only treads at that level on her calf that I believe needed to be examined.
All right, and again, these are just additional images illustrating what you were focusing on in your analysis?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then this one right here?
Yes, sir. That's a side-by-side view once again.
I think it's a different side-by-side.
With all the background cut out of it.
All right, and then the final one, is this, explain this to the jury and how this supports your opinion.
This is my actual comparison, and we use a process called ACE-V, where you analyze, compare, evaluate, and verify. It's a peer-reviewed process. I never go by just my results. I always have another competent examiner with like experience and like skills look at my work, because if you're going to make a mistake, that's where the mistake's found. You don't want to put a conclusion out for something important and you miss that. And that is a very important process in the examination world, that you use peer-reviewed process. You have someone else look at it. And so what I do, so that person and the jury in the court, Your Honor, so that person can look at these details. I've got a markup here showing some unique random characteristics that I've used, but I also put the actual impression there so you can make your own decision. I didn't want to look like I was being deceptive and put enhancements in there and point things. You can look at it and make your own conclusion, but I wanted to put it right next to mine so you know I'm being straight here, or you can make your own opinion.
All right, very quickly, is it your expert opinion that this mark on the back of Maggie's leg is a tire impression and not anything else?
That is a tire tread impression. That is my opinion.
All right, now I see you have a number of arrows here that have different colors, and so I'd like to move through those and you explain what you're pointing to with those arrows in this image, okay?
Absolutely.
Let's start with the baby blue one and tell the jury what that indicates to you.
Now you're going to have to tell me, because I can't tell shade from up here.
Right.
Okay, the top one.
Yep.
Yes, sir. All right, here you've got your unknown impression. You see that on there? Here you got your unknown impression, and what I pointed here is at the start of that impression, and it's in mud, by the way. It's in mud, and so it's really, really fragile, but it's still here. You got an unknown impression, and here's approximately where it starts in the unknown, and here is where it starts in the known. And you can look at both, the marked up one and the actual impression itself.
All right.
And it's here.
All right, and then moving on to this one right here, kind of we got a purple one, and then kind of that.
Yes, sir. I see
whatever
it.
that one is, but explain
Yes,
the jury what you're seeing there and how that supports your conclusion.
Right here is the other side of that tread, and this tread is this tread is this tread. Those two are the same, and right here you can see it come up, and it actually makes a complete corner there. Comes up and it curves out just a little bit there.
All right, and is that consistent with the sort of unique shape of that top tire?
Yes, sir, it is. Right here, and then it comes up. Now it's exaggerated a little bit in the drawing, but that's the best I could do with a stylist trying to get it there.
Right. And are those very distinct patterns that you see in the mud that match up with that particular tire?
Yes, sir. Not so much the corner there, but these in here are. You can see a unique random characteristic here, and all that is a void pattern in the mud. You can also see it here. I mean, almost perfect. You can see one here where the yellow area is. You can see it here. It's right there.
All right, you're kind of doing a little mountain or a little hump, and expand on that with the jury. Why is that particular? Why is that significant to you?
Because that's not in the process of making the tire. That's because whoever drove that side by side last hit some dirt or some mud, and that is a pattern that's left in mud on the tire. And in my opinion, it transferred to Miss Maggie Murdaugh's calf.
All right, and show the jury where you're talking about the little hump on
Yes,
this
sir.
image right here. If you could show it.
It's marked with a yellow arrow, and here it is.
I'm guessing it was
right
dog
here.
poop.
And I've marked it there, but you can look at the one that's not marked, and you can also see it here.
All right, talking about this bottom impression,
Emmy
we
said
got a
this
white
could
arrow
have
to that
dried
line
and
right there.
fallen off her
Explain
leg
that to the
as she
jury.
was
What's
moved.
significant in your analysis about that?
I marked that because
This is
unless you
mud on her
examine,
leg.
you might, unless you got really, really good eyesight, you might not even pick up on that. But here you've only got a partial line. The whole line didn't show through in the transfer of the mud or dirt or debris. And I kept myself honest. I only highlighted the length of that, but you can also see it here and here. You can see that side of that tread, that tire tread.
All right.
Okay, so
And
if this side
moving
by side
on
was
now
used,
to the this green one
Wouldn't-
right here,
wouldn't
and
that
kind
indicate
of green
that
to the
whoever the
baby blue
shooter
to
was,
that blue,
whoever
just
hit
kind of
her
going around there. If you could explain,
would have
that
to
the
understand
jury,
that
and
the keys were left in the
significance
vehicles
It's
all
just
the
a
time.
continuation, and there's a little break in there, but they're still the same angles, same lines, and they match up, and that's just because the dirt didn't transfer completely. But you got plenty of skeletonized line here to show the outline of that tread here, here, and here, and that's here, here, and here.
In your opinion, that's a tire impression, is that
That is
correct?
a tire impression. That's my opinion.
And in your opinion, based on these very significant mirror images and accidentals and that sort of thing, is that most likely that specific tire tread that's on the back of
It
Maggie's
is
cab?
most likely that tire. If it's not that tire, it's a similar tire with the same tread design.
And that particular tire was in close proximity to where Maggie was found,
In
correct?
close proximity.
Looking at how you had Maggie in that first shot, I think you had me kind of angled a little bit like that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if she was angled that way near that front tire, would she be facing towards the feed room?
Yes, sir.
All right. And are those two shots that were suffered in the abdomen and the thigh, are those consistent with the shooter coming from the direction of the feed room? Those
Certainly could be. Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead and have a seat for me if you would. I'm sure I'll have you back up. All right.
So you think he ran her over first, then shot Paul, and then finished her off? I mean, this actually muddies it for me. She tried to run, but was hit by the ATV by the killer. It seems like if he had the AR, her running is not an issue. I mean, the AR is designed to drop
Additionally,
targets at
with
75
this
yards.
particular tire tread impression on the back of Maggie's calf, is that consistent with her running into it or backing up into it with her calf hitting that tire as it was parked there?
Leading, I've not, this is my first leading objection on this, but I object, leading.
I would face her. All right.
Family just arrived.
Let me ask you this. With this particular tire impression and what you see on Maggie's calf, is there a reasonable explanation as to how that impression got on her calf?
At some point in time, Miss Maggie Murdaugh's left calf made contact with the inside of that front driver's side tire, or one just like it, and I saw no evidence that she was run over. So she had to make contact at some point in time.
Gotcha. All right. Hold on for me 1 second. I've just got a few more matters.
Okay, so she wasn't run over now. All that to say that she bumped into the tire print. So she walked up, stepped next to it. I guess her calf, we didn't see where it was on the calf. It sounds like it's the back side of her leg, not the side. But at some point, either the side or the back of her calf came in contact with the front tire.
Be careful. This one will be under seal. So can we secure the monitors, please? I'm going to show you what's been marked as 542 and see if you recognize this image.
I do.
All right. And just generally tell the jury what that is.
It's a cell phone sitting up on the back right-hand
This is
side
Paul's cell
pocket of the victim, Paul Murdaugh.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd move Stage 542 into evidence under seal.
Objection, Your
It's admitted.
All right. Are the monitors secured? And I'm going to put this image up on the screen.
So Alex actually has not seen any of these pictures during the trial. He can't see them. His monitor is covered. The gallery cannot see them either.
Is this your understanding of how Paul's phone was found at the crime scene?
Maybe a couple people can see a sideways shot of the monitor
And
somewhere,
did you make any assessment or analysis of whether
his
or
reaction
not
emotionally
Paul's
is
phone could have popped
the
out
description.
and be found in that position?
I did.
All right, and can you relate that to the jury, please?
It's my opinion that his phone was placed there by someone else.
All right, and tell the jury your basis for that conclusion, please.
Well, after I mentioned the fatality, the fatal shot, at that point in time you have no movement, even involuntary movement, and there's no way Paul could have retrieved that phone from his pocket and placed it on top the back of his pants.
And in your opinion, if he had been carrying that in his hand, could it have landed in that fashion following the fatal shot he suffered to his head?
Mathematically, you could have made it happen, but I don't believe it's possible. I believe the phone would have fell to the ground and it wouldn't have fell behind him up in the air and landed on him.
I agree. But we already know that
A couple
Alex
other
says
things.
he picked it up.
You've testified about your experience in crime scene and that sort of thing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there any forensic value in a residence belonging to certain family members in doing any sort of DNA swabs of the bathroom sink or the shower drain or anything like that?
If it's an unknown person, maybe, but not if someone lives there. I see very little forensic value in that.
And why is that? Can you explain that to the jury?
Because we as humans, we swap, we lose biological material every day. We brush our teeth, or we should. We brush our teeth and we shampoo and we wash, and there's commonly blood and other bodily fluids in our drains, in our tub drains, and generally everywhere except in the toilet bowl.
Generally?
Generally, yes, sir, under black light.
You've talked about your experience and your certifications with firearms. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you own yourself any AR-style platform rifles?
I have 7 complete rifles, and I also own a couple strip lowers that I'm just holding for a rainy day.
Gotcha. And what are those chambered in?
223-556.
In the AR platform, is that the most common chambering for an AR platform?
I believe it is, yes, sir.
Do you personally own a 300 blackout?
I do not, but I have trained and shot a 300 blackout.
And why do you have 223 instead of 300 blackout?
Longer range.
The cartridges were a little bit more difficult. Well, they were a lot more difficult to find during COVID, and they are a lot more expensive than 223 and 556.
300 blackout pretty loud?
I think they're all loud, yes, sir. I have to wear hearing protection around my rifles.
300 blackout louder than a shotgun?
Absolutely. I don't wear hearing protection when I hunt. I'm an avid hunter, but I have to wear hearing protection with my rifle.
Hold on for me 1 second.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have you go to the jury room for a break. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay, we need to figure out what this means. Or I know a few of you put some really good guesses in chat, but with this tire print, all that testimony, and then basically at the end to hear that no, she wasn't run over, but she at some point made contact with the tire. What does that mean to you? What does that do to the story? Does that mean that Alec used the side-by-side and possibly ran her over or backed it up into her? We don't know if it was a front tire or a back tire yet, right? Did I miss that? What tire was it that came in contact with her? So the tire came in contact with the leg, but not run over. She could have been standing. She could have been on the ground, and basically the ATV pulls right up next to her and makes contact, and then backs away. I just don't get it. Thought I heard the inside front tire. So drove up to her. It was front tire. Okay, thank you for that. So front tire pulls up, front inside. Now I realize front inside could be if the steering is turned all the way, to the right or to the left. So front inside, that part of the tire could be exposed from the outside, so you could walk around it and make contact with the front inside. She backed into it when falling, but she was away from that. There should have been, if she fell and crawled, there would have been blood trail all under there because it was underneath the overhang. There should have been blood all over there. Tire print means nothing. I think he knocked her down. I don't think he would need to knock her down. I think the first 2 gunshots knocked her down. She bumped into the tire when she was trying to run from the shooter as Paul was being shot. Okay, so she was running to a vehicle, or she was just backing away because she was shot from the front. But then there would be DNA and everything all over that tire, or blood. Yeah, I just can't put this together. And I realize this might be one of those things we just never have the answer to. He says, defense was trying to say it was a shoe print, alluding to a third person. They're dispelling that, I think. Yeah, so, eliminate the shoe print. Say, she just happened to have made contact with the ATV tire. She always took the ATV down there or something like that. She would frequently drive the ATV down there. Okay. Could she have started running? He chased her down. The first 2 shots, I believe, were from the front, right? The calf shot and the shot through her abdomen and possibly wrist as well were from the front. So that would not be a chasing down thing. He would have had to chase her down, stop, run around in front of her, or chase her down, and then she turns to get shot. It just doesn't add up yet in my head. I can't see the pieces. Ready for the defense, says Bay1 Gaming. We're almost there. They should be done here soon, very, very soon. I guess all we have left is a timeline expert, right? Unless their last guy was the timeline expert and we just didn't notice. But she backed into it. It's gone on her calf, we say howdy here. So it's got to be on the back side of her leg. So she had to have been wearing shorts, right? Because I'm not hearing anything about a pant leg, and the ME. There's discussion about should the ME have caught it. Disproving the shoe print is all. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and just let this go. If we're confused, you know how the jury is also a little bit. Yes, 100%. Is there reasonable doubt still in your mind? Let's see. TW just gifted a membership. Thank you, TW, for that. It looks like la 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 lay. You were the recipient. Congratulations, la 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 lay. And thank you very much, TW, for that generous donation. So many confusing pieces. I don't think the timeline expert will be able to clarify and pull it all together. He's got a lot of work ahead of him, whoever it is. And hopefully they have a really clear graphic as well that will spell this out. They were shot from the front, so it seems logical they saw the shooter. I do believe both of the shots that hit Paul, which now in my head, it only makes sense that Paul was shot first. It makes sense he was shot first, and the both of the shots were hip shots with a shotgun. That explains the angle of the shot. The one going through his arm and out the window, as well as over his shoulder and up. Okay, I've heard numerous gun experts on various podcasts all saying Maggie was running away. She wasn't very far. I mean, we could go back and look at let me see if I can pull that up. I don't think I have it on. Let's see, do I have it on my replay? No. Man, let's see. Okay, I don't have it on my replay, but I'm going to put it there this time. So, Give me a second. This is the Faro scan that we're talking about here. Give me a minute to get this pulled up. Okay, so I'm recording this now so we can use this for later. I guess you guys want to see it as well, huh? Okay, so the side-by-side here shows it in the airplane hangar. It sounded like it might have been underneath this overhang. Okay, flip around. So right out here, this little spot, I think it's like a little tan spot on the ground. I don't think it's caused by her, blood or anything, but right there on the ground where we're looking on the grass, that's where Maggie's body was. And Paul's body was in the doorway of that building in the distance. But first we're going to go down this little way real quickly. This farming sim game looks great, says Jim Bob. Yeah, this is the new farming simulator. Okay, so right here we're looking at the doorway. That's where Paul's body was, and the kennel's off there to the side. And then you have the back wall where we have the buckshot that's gone through the window, and the window's broken here. So then this is the distance. It's not very much. You've got, what, 30 feet, 40 feet between their two bodies. Now she might have been down by the kennels and was running this direction. Then we've got the other building over here with some more farm equipment and all that. It's more of the heavy machinery. This is farming simulator right there. Okay, so I think that's all I need right there. Let's take one more view back over. There's the scene. Okay. So here we go. Okay, so if I scroll through, get to where we want, can do it a little faster my way. Okay, so here's her body. Here's Maggie's body. You can see in the doorway over there where Paul's body would be. Right here in that doorway. Where would she run from? And where's the ATV? Would she be in here? And running towards Paul and then turning and getting shot? Yeah, so this is the laser scan. This is the Faro scan of the crime scene. So it sort of uses visual imagery as well as like LiDAR or something. I'm not sure what to capture everything so you can measure it after the fact. Yes, says Sozi. Shotgun could have been held lower, still using two hands. It's just logistics. T-Rox, are you talking about him doing it himself with a shotgun? Because I don't think he could get that angle and be able to fire the shotgun to activate the trigger. Rendering is meh. Yeah, it's a little bit poor. But hey, what is this? Is this rabbits or chickens right in there? Is that where the birds are? And it is open. I think they would have had more birds than that. I think there were birds down further The kennels. Little garden space over there. It looks overgrown. The doghouse. I think that's a doghouse. Little tiller. Doesn't quite give us the angle I wanted of the shelf on the right-hand side. Or maybe the shelf's on the left-hand side and just doesn't catch it. But all right, there we go. Let's go back here. All right, we've got that now in case we need to go back there. Let's see, what are you guys saying here? Maggie might have or saw Paul shot and might have had her phone recording. That's why it can't be found. Well, the phone was found, Cindy, and I think had it recorded because we did have her password, we would have got that log entry of the camera being used, it recording, then it being deleted or something like that. Definitely not Paul shooting himself. There's debate on Alec doing a hip shot. Okay. She could have had dirt on the back of her leg from anywhere. Do we need to do soil samples? Was there bruising from the tread marks? The ME said no. Yeah, she did not find any bruising. And she didn't even see the dirt, apparently. Now, the lead investigator says he talked to the ME and they talked about this in depth, but the ME didn't put anything in her notes about it. A 2-seat 4x4 and a golf cart is in the garage. Early lunch for Ivan. She didn't take time to record. She ran to her child. You would have taken out the toughest target first. I think that's right. So Buster was there. Jimbo, I don't know where Buster was, but the police are saying no, he was not there. Looks like the shooter was standing between Paul and Maggie. If so, Maggie saw Paul getting shot. Why did they not go after Buster too? I don't know. I know he didn't live there, but not sure why not lure him out there too. He might have been somewhere else. I don't think. Did we get a full dump of Buster's phone from Verizon? Lead investigator is a noted liar. Yes, he lies to the grand jury, apparently. She was very protective of her kids. I wholeheartedly believe she ran to Paul either to protect him or to render aid. Buster was in Colombia. Okay, so that's a pretty good alibi. Nowhere in the area. Colombia or Charleston with a girlfriend. She might have got the tire print on from earlier, proving he was there. Or she was there. Read Mr. Upper Torso, please, says my bell. Where's Mr. Let's see. It seems like Buster would be running into the room and not out of it. No reason for him to be in the feed room. He doesn't feed the dogs or clean up. It looks like he was running into it to hide. Yeah, I can see that for sure. Just thinking it through. So I believe this started as an argument about money, and it escalated very quickly. The guns were probably there. If that's the case, though, I don't think it was really like pre-planned, that it was all thought out. See you, Denise. Thanks for being here this morning. I like the part where Alex is yelling at the dog for eating brain matter. Replay. Oh, when he says "here" on the 911 call, and he can't recall ever saying that, or all the dogs were in the kennels. Let's see. Buster never really caused Alex trouble except for getting kicked out of law school. Right. The trouble he caused him was the financial threat. Hold on one second here. Okay, I'm sorry. I had to take that call. It's a friend of mine who has the thing going on, and he was trying to get an answer from us that he needed right then. Okay, so why haven't they brought up about Alex chasing Maggie without her permission? Or changing Maggie's will. Sorry, Cindy Lou. Changing Maggie's will without her permission, with a pencil crossed out her sister and changed to his father. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they will in the final. All right, I'm thinking if there was an argument, yes, about money. I think she wanted a divorce that night, and she told him she didn't want to be there. Okay, so that's another option for the divorce. I think I'm only having issues with why did AM demand Paul and Maggie come to Moselle that day? Why not did he not take Maggie to see his mother? Because she was dead. That bothers me about this whole scenario. I think she was dead before he went to his mother's house. So that would really complicate taking her with. I know what you mean, Little Miss. It seems like he told her one thing about what they were going to do, but they didn't do that. And we've got a little bit of that in the testimony yesterday. Hang on here. Sound hasn't come in yet. There it is. I did give you the jury to behave. Richard, are you getting those? I'm not seeing any on anyone else. Yes. We're calling you about your car's extended warranty. We've been trying to reach you. It's relaxing music. I planned this for a very long time. Left-handed mouse action. Yes, I try to switch back and forth. I actually use my mouse with the right hand, and I reach over, cross over. We just had a little break here, Gabrielle. I'm not sure if we're going to get ready for cross on this. Carol, no, it was actually a male.
Yes.
Dr. Kinsey, I just have a few more questions on direct examination. Did you see any evidence or anything that would reflect a struggle between Paul and the shooter?
I did not.
And can you explain that to the jury, please?
Typically, if when you observe defensive wounds, what's called defensive wounds, you would see signs of a struggle. I saw none on Miss Maggie Murdaugh or Paul Murdaugh in any of the autopsy or crime scene photos.
Thank you. Please answer any questions the defense may have. Please, Your Honor.
It's Harpootlian. Here we go. Uh-oh, I see some paper coming. Yep, we've got paper. Let's use this really crowded space and fit 3 attorneys over here in front of the jury, in front of the TV monitor sitting on the ground, and block the block the path to the witness stand. It was fast, Ivan, by the state's account. And like Nicole sort of got to yesterday, it only has to be fast if Alex is the shooter. If someone else was the shooter, this could have happened later.
So do I call you doctor or deputy or chief or what?
I haven't been a deputy in about 25 years, Mr. Harpootlian, but I'll answer to whatever you call me, sir.
You may regret that. So, you've been...
No.
When did you start in law enforcement?
Around 93.
I was still in high school.
You were in Orangeburg?
Yes, sir.
You know, back then, I was a solicitor in the Fifth Circuit. I was the prosecutor there. Do you remember that?
I've testified for you a couple times, Mr. Harpootlian.
I thought you looked familiar. So you actually were my witness a couple times.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I don't know we're going to have much dispute today, but I'm going to try to understand a couple of things, if that's okay with you.
Absolutely.
So let's understand the wound to Paul, the two wounds to Paul. And as I understand it, you were saying that he was standing how far back when he got shot to strike that? For his bloody footprints to be there, those footprints had to be made after he had the shot in the chest, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And so how far back in the room were those footprints?
The footprints are approximately, because I have no way, once everything was pressure washed and cleaned out, but looking at the actual crime scene photographs and then taking my own measurements, the placard, the yellow placard that's in the photographs, is approximately at 5 foot. And he was on the other side of, so he was occupying that 6 foot area.
And there were no scales in any of those pictures, were there?
There were not, no, sir.
Let me just talk about this generally before we get to that. You teach a course on crime scene processing?
Yes, sir.
You teach a course on how one should photograph a crime scene?
Yes, I do.
And I'm going to try to oversimplify this. There's basically 2 or 3 things that you want on any crime scene photo. The first is a scale, correct?
Well, there's 3 types of photos. One of those includes a scale. Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, obviously you don't have a scale if it's a long shot out, like from outside the feed room in. But
Alex's camera is malfunctioning.
Bloody footprints, you would want a scale.
I would.
Skipping every couple seconds.
And you want multiple lighting sources so that it's well lit.
Well, if you operate the camera correctly, you have your light source, and that's why you do it from 90 degrees over perpendicular to the footprint, because you can hit all the angles and then choose the best exposure that takes those shadows out.
So if you do 90, do you recommend taking more than one shot?
Yes, sir, typically.
I mean, at different perspectives of the same item?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you recommend multiple shots, including one, got to have 190 degrees.
If for comparison evidence, you do. Yes, sir.
And in the sense of the shoes, the shoe prints you think you saw, they were definitely Paul's shoes. You did that comparison.
Just like with the tire tread, they share class characteristics with Paul's shoes.
And were those shoes facing towards the front or the back of the feet?
When they were made, it appears they were going toward the door.
Right.
But it would be hard for me to tell you without some kind of mark on that pavement to be able to orient them.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Without a mark on the pavement or some type of landmark, it would be hard for me to orient them from the photograph.
Okay. And again, if you'd had a scale or multiple pictures of that one shot, I mean,
if only SLED had done their job right.
Pictures, you could have done a little bit more in terms of that, could you not?
An examiner possibly could have, yes, sir.
Okay. And the trail of blood leads towards the front door, right?
It does.
And how long was that trail?
Well, if he was in the 6 foot and you got 3 past, 4 past him, at least 5 foot from where he starts dripping blood, then he steps in it, and then he makes his way to the door.
So you think he was a foot and a half inside the door when he got shot with the second shot?
Well, his feet were inside the door, but his shoulder and his head was slightly outside the door.
Leaning forward?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the first shot, as I understand it, hit his shoulder.
The second shot is the one that hit the shoulder.
No. Let's talk about
the fatal one.
The fatal one.
Yes, sir.
It hits his shoulder.
Yes, sir.
So based on, and you met with Dr. Reamer, the pathologist.
I did.
And she showed you her photos. Y'all talk about her photos?
I offered to go over the photos with Dr. Reamer, and she told me that she had limited crime scene experience, and that I'd have to determine that she looked at the wounds and she makes her determinations, and that wasn't really her forte.
Okay, so, but she said shot in the shoulder. I'm talking about the fatal shot.
The path, yes, sir.
Into the neck, out the top of the head.
That is correct.
Okay, so, and how, you said you had some difficulty in determining Paul's height.
Well, the DMV record, the printout showed 5'6", and the autopsy information showed 5'9", and I know a young man like that will hit a growth spurt. That's not my area.
But would you consider Dr. Reamer's measurement probably more accurate than what he told the DMV?
Or he could have grown since he registered with the DMV. Yes, sir.
So why wouldn't we just use 5'9"?
So,
I mean, is that fair?
Well, but then he's got damage to the top of his head, so I asked myself, how could Dr. Reamer get it exactly right when the top portion of his head's gone? So I had to guesstimate, and I figured the best way to do it is split the two.
And the two were, so you had him at what height?
DMV showed 5'6" on the printout, and Dr. Reamer showed 5'9", so I figured somewhere around 5'7.5" to 5'8".
So 5'7.5".
And then you take the foot from there to the actual wound.
Right, I guess, so where the wound occurs, the initial, I guess it's this shoulder.
Yes, sir.
How high was that?
That was approximately 4'7".
4'7"?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So,
Harpootlian might be bringing the gun over.
We're going to do it.
And this is what I want to see. I want to see how low the gun would have to be to make this shot. And then there was stippling, right? Do we have a fake gun? Do we have a fake gun? Please say we have a fake gun. Nope.
I hadn't touched a protractor in 50 years. I've done it twice this week.
You haven't said it right either.
So let's do, if you'd step down here for just a minute, please. Oh, you walk around with one?
Yes, sir.
Really sad. Really sad. So why don't you take this for me, and I'm going to hold the, I'll hold the bottom, and put a dot on here at 4, wherever the shoulder, the height of the shoulder. Okay, I'm going to take it straight.
Okay, so this is going to be interesting because you're measuring up, but it is at an angle.
Let me just get it up here to 4. Let me do this. I think you can do this with one. 4 foot, 6. 4 foot. We're saying 4'7"?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how to lock it?
He doesn't know how to use a tape measure.
Okay. So that's 4'7", right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go.
All these simpleton
Straight
tools that Poot just never has to use.
Okay. And that would have been the height of the wound.
That's the height, approximate height of his shoulder, depending on how far he's dipped.
You think it's lower?
Could be, yes, sir. Like I said, when you've got a wound to that side, I would expect him to be favoring that shoulder.
Dick wants it to be lower.
So, what's your opinion of how? I mean, you're the professional. I'm just holding it.
Well, looking at the defects on this side of the door,
yeah,
and it's several of them there, even though they've been pressure washed. If I run a string back in the area of 4'7", somewhere in the middle, gave me a 135-degree angle. That's give or take 5 or 6 degrees.
And that's what Dr. Reamer said in her report, 135 degrees.
I don't know if she said that in her report.
135 degrees.
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you undo that? Thanks. Give me 2 seconds and let me find her.
But that's not absolute. Like I said, a lot of variables could change that a couple degrees one way or the other.
A couple degrees one way or the other. Okay, here we go. Make sure I have the right. There we go.
These mics are picking up a lot of noise from the courtroom today. We've got to crank the audio up because Poot's a little quiet as well. Michelle, I believe they're supposed to pay attention to all the characteristics of a witness, and they can consider just about everything they see,
stippling,
but not really
soot,
watching the defendant in court.
Powder,
I'm not sure if
burn,
that's
anything.
something they're supposed to if he doesn't testify.
Soot is a byproduct.
Maybe I'm wrong on that one.
Around the but soot can wipe off. The powder burn discipline doesn't easily wipe off. It's actually tattooed.
And that would indicate a pretty close shot.
Yes, sir, it would.
And you would agree, Dr. Reamer said there was no evidence of any of that, any stippling, anything to indicate it was a close-in shot.
That is accurate.
And she testified, I don't know if you saw her testify. Did you see her testify?
A little bit of it. Okay.
She testified that the muzzle of the gun, the weapon, the shotgun, would have had to have been at least 3 feet away, perhaps 4, but at least 3 feet away. Is that consistent with your experience?
I don't know if that's consistent with my experience. I'm not trying to disagree with the pathologist, but I don't see how the angle would work out unless it was a pretty short shotgun. I don't see that angle working out 3 feet away. It maybe have been within 3 foot.
Well, how far away was it? There was no. I mean, at what point?
Well, at the angle, the bullet defects would have been here at 76 inches.
Right.
So you've got quite a difference there. If I could get that dowel.
Bring out the dowel rod. This whole case is going to hinge on the performance of this dowel rod.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that 135-degree comment by her, but
to make that axis.
Yes.
At 3 foot, we're here.
Right.
At 2 foot, we're here. So I believe it would be more in line with 2 foot, but I'm not contradicting a pathologist.
Okay. I know it's in here. Give me 2 seconds. I thought I had it marked. Give me 1 more second here. Well, so assume that you said, and you relied on Dr. Reamer's 135-degree shot. Let's follow that down.
Now, Mr. Harpootlian, I reviewed her stuff, but I went and measured my own angle on that door. Now, I didn't rely on her angle.
Well, but she actually, you're going based on where those pellets were.
Yes, sir.
And she would be going on measurements on the shoulder.
Yes, sir.
And she's actually looking at the wound.
Yes, sir.
And she would have maybe a more accurate angle because she sees what the wound is.
She knows the angle to him.
Right.
But she can't relate that to the defect at the scene.
But do you think 135 degrees is basically a 45-degree angle, correct?
Not quite, but yes, sir, close. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So it's 45 degrees off of that dot.
I did my measurement from a little bit lower on the door frame. I took my protractor and placed it on the door frame, inside the door frame, like so.
So you don't think it's that tall? You think it's down?
Well, that's where his shoulder's at. But the angle of the gun, depending on the length of the barrel,
right,
it would have to be here because it's not a contact wound. So it would have to be down a little bit, but the angle doesn't change, just the distance changes.
Right. So, standing between. So, but if you come off of this 45 degrees, for the sake of argument.
Okay, for the sake of argument.
Okay. That would show you the angle of whatever hit his shoulder, correct?
As long as the angle stays the same, yes, sir.
Okay. Well, the angle's not
I've got it on 135, by the way.
But 135 wouldn't it be 45 degrees off of straight up and down? So don't you have to take it over this way?
Well, you've got 90 in the middle. It depends on where your axis is. You've got 90 in the middle.
We need some remedial geometry.
All the way around is 360.
Teachers here.
So here we've got 135 off of the door.
Going that way. Can you make it go this way for me?
I don't quite understand.
I want the line not going this way. I want to be able to draw it out this way.
You just flip it. And you go above it.
Duh.
Okay, would you do me a favor? And let me get a ruler for you. Can I have that long ruler, please?
It was like, how do you make this protractor work? This protractor.
And let's take it. Just. I'll hold it. Like that.
This is so
You'll
bad.
Just get that.
None of the jury can see either. They're all blocking everything.
Okay. And so, and again, it could be somewhat lower if he turns.
Yes, sir.
But so
and that would change the angle. That's why I said approximately 135. It could change it a little bit.
How much?
A few degrees. If you figure if this is 135 and if he's 2 inches lower, that would, take probably 5 degrees off.
So that would be 130?
Maybe. If you sit it up there, we'll measure it. I can tell you for sure.
Okay. So, okay. What do you want me to do?
You hold the protractor up. There you go.
Except we got to go this way. No?
You had it.
Oh my goodness.
You had it. There you go.
No, not a cue stick. That is a dowel rod or a dowel stick, depending on prosecution or defense.
See what? That's why you're the.
No, I got a feeling you're fooling with me, Mr. Harpoon.
You got that feeling?
I got that feeling.
Okay. So that's 135.
Yes, sir.
What do you want to make it?
Well, I'm not measuring it this way. I mean, you tell me what you want me to make it because I measured it this angle.
Yeah, but this is just the flip side of that. Remember how you're talking about the negative?
All right, put it back.
Okay. Which way you want it? This? That? Okay. That's
The judge is going to call a break.
What do you want to make?
This is nuts.
Oh, wow. There you go.
Oh, that's how it works.
All right, so if it was, let's say this end was down a little bit, that would make it what? Now you're on the bottom half now, so that changes it. Now we're at 40.
Yeah, it was 45.
Right.
Now it's 40.
Right.
See, I went to Clemson too.
Yeah.
And so, this is sad. So if you make it 40 instead of 45 degrees, what is it?
Here.
Okay, so okay, you want to draw that in? And the red pen right on the.
Sorry about pushing in the eye now. It's not intentional.
Okay, so those are basically what you're saying is those are the two possible paths, and there may be one in the middle.
It could be. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Now, and you believe that the shooter was how far away from him with that shotgun?
I think 3 foot is a stretch without having some damage to the door frame.
Right.
Because them shot pellets immediately when they leave the barrel of that gun, at 3 foot, that shot pellet's going to spread 1 inch. There's no damage to the outside of that door frame.
Why would there be?
Why would there be what?
If it's spread how far? 1 inch?
If Paul's shoulder is barely breaching that door frame, and that's what the blood evidence tells me.
Right.
If you are further back, them shot pellets are going to do what they're supposed to do. They're going to open up, and there's no shot damage to that door frame.
Okay. So, here we go.
Oh, bring out the gun.
You recognize it?
Yes, sir, from photograph.
And it's a Benelli shotgun, is that right?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, so
I prefer to put on gloves. I have some.
This is so weird. Oh, man. Somebody's going to have to get on the ground with a shotgun aiming up. That's what's going to happen. They're probably going to get into how tall Alex Murdaugh is and how the difficulty of him having the gun at that angle, which will mean he would have to be on the ground, which I've thought about. He would have to be either seated or
I don't mind if you point it in my direction.
I don't mind if I point it.
Okay.
So if you take that,
I don't mind if you point
the
in my
muzzle
direction
of that gun and follow the line down, please. Yes, and let me turn this just a little bit so that
he wants him to run into the ground.
Okay. Follow this down. Either one of those down.
The gun's not going to fit. You're going to run into the ground.
So that would be the position the shooter had?
That's the angle. I mean, I'm on the opposite side, you know, of where the shot came from, and I don't know the length of the barrel, but that would be the angle.
If I'm standing in the door, why is that the opposite side? Bent down.
Because
I don't understand what you mean by the opposite side.
The shot came from over here. It didn't come from...
Well, this is a two-dimensional representation of a three-dimensional, but I'm trying to figure out just the angle from the muzzle.
All right, if you're coming out of the door,
right,
and you got damage to your right shoulder.
Right, there you go.
Instead of your left shoulder.
Same.
All right, turn this way.
Okay.
And that is the door frame.
Right.
Was here.
Right. But and that distance there is how far from the barrel to
2.5 to 3 foot.
That's not true,
just to be sure.
So actually that is...
I'm going to your shoulder now.
Okay.
You got to turn. You got to turn. Yeah, you got to turn.
So that is about 24 inches.
Well, you step closer, but yes, sir, about 24 inches.
Again, we both went to Clemson. Okay? So this is getting complicated. So what you're saying is whoever shot him was holding the shotgun that low?
Really low, yes, sir. Not from the shoulder. From some position other than the shoulder.
Why? Wouldn't it be easier just to go boom right in the head?
Sir, I can't figure out why people do what they do.
I guess, okay, so the person with the shotgun has just shot him in the chest, and he would have been turned to the left, and that would have gone through under his armpit, out the window.
Right.
Okay. And then he shuffles over to the right of that position?
Or he trips, or...
Towards the door.
Towards the door.
Yes, sir.
And then whoever has just shot him, you would agree with me, the first shot was inside the... the shooter would have been inside the feed room for shot number one.
At least to here. If this is the door frame,
right,
the ejection port of that shotgun was in at least this far.
And how far back was he in the room when he got shot?
Paul?
Yeah.
Just on the other side of the 5 foot mark.
Okay, so how far was it from that 5 foot mark to the door frame?
5 foot.
Yeah, no, but I mean, how far would the barrel have been if that was just inside?
Well, it depends on the length of the shotgun.
Assume it's that Benelli, whatever the name. Right.
If this represents 5 foot,
right,
and I've got the ejection port inside the door.
It's got the gun pointed right at Poot.
I mean, you don't want the ruler, but 2 foot maybe.
But now is there no stippling on this one?
There's consistency.
I think the fallacy in the this witness's argument
this way, so it's even with me.
Is that the breach was inside the feed room, which I don't think it needed to be.
This is...
Yeah, there was a shell casing that got in there somehow. It could have bounced off the shooter's shoulder and rolled forward.
I don't know what's going on, but this is the door. It'd be easy to measure it like that.
This is actually 6 feet.
So if it's...
No, that's 5 feet.
For demonstrative purposes, if it's this gun, and that breach is inside, so that's what? How far are you? I can see that.
I'm at 5 feet.
Okay. And step just a little bit behind 5 foot, because he's occupying that next foot. There you go. So how far is that?
5. This is 5 feet.
Okay.
This is a little bit back from 5 feet.
Now cant your body.
This way or
yes, sir.
This way, okay. What do you mean? Turn my feet?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
A little bit more.
Okay.
Right there.
Okay. Now, and you're shooting me in the chest.
Yes, sir.
And the distance between that barrel and my chest is... Well, that's 29, 30 inches.
Fun tools for food.
Lady writer
30
just
inches. That's what this says to me.
doing
30
$5.
Yeah, with this shot.
Send Pete back to school for math.
And so
Thank you,
I
lady
look at,
writer.
I mean, just a minute ago we said at 36 inches, or you said maybe it was closer. I mean, is this consistent with Stifling?
Yes, sir. Within 5
Okay.
foot. Yes, sir.
Okay. And when we had it before and you were shooting up at me, it was about the same distance, maybe six more inches between the barrel and me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's no stippling.
Okay.
Okay. You're the expert. What does that mean?
Well, he also has, I don't know if I can answer that.
Could it be? Well, I mean, on that first shot, we know you say that he was. You say he was the whatever you call it, the thing ejects. What's it called?
The ejection port.
There you go. The ejection port had to be inside the room.
Yes, sir. Well, the second shot, now all it had to be is pointed toward the room.
Why?
Because it's going to eject to the right. So if this is the door frame and I've got the ejection port pointed toward the room, it's going to eject into the room.
This is bad science.
The first shot, because it was straight on, had to be at least past the door frame.
Right. But the second shot, if the ejection port was
That's the best description.
I could be this far away from the door, the second shot, and the ejection port would still throw it that direction.
So doesn't that change the calculation here on how far away that gun was? Because the ejection port on this, is that it down there? Where is it? There it is right there. The ejection port is...
Can't even work the ruler.
It's 28 inches from the barrel.
On that shotgun? Yes, sir.
Well, assume this was a possible shotgun, although it doesn't match up with the ejected marks on the shells found in the field. But there's some theory that this would be about the same shotgun. So you would agree with me that the shooter would have been, how about show me again how low they would have been holding this?
He's going to sit on the ground.
Other side, but here.
Down.
Well, I mean, I don't know how long the arms are. There's a lot of variables there, but, you know, it could have been here. It could have been here. I mean, I can't tell you the mechanics of it. All I can look at is the angle.
And that angle, you would agree with me, is an unusual angle. Typically, people shoot a shotgun from their shoulder.
Typically, unless you and I are both occupying nearly the same space.
Wouldn't there be stippling or powder burns or some?
I can't explain that.
Well, okay, so you can't explain it. I'll take that answer.
Yes, sir.
But it would be inconsistent for them to be that close, wouldn't it?
Well, you figure if Paul made it to the door, whoever fired the first shot could have retreated or could have backed up, better word for it, could have backed up or even was taking cover to see what was going to happen. And then I believe the angle would fit or could fit that two persons could be that close to that door frame.
Hand me the weapon again, please. You might want to step that way. Well, you're blocking the juror.
Oh.
That's better. So we both agree that the first shot is square into his chest.
Well, I can't say square, but it's directly on. Yes, sir.
Okay, which is at shoulder height. Boom.
Well, it could have been shoulder height. It could have been like I was holding it just now. No. Before. I mean,
I'm sorry.
Who's on first?
It could have been here. It could have been here. I mean, I can't tell you the mechanics.
Whoever's shooting him in the chest is holding it
parallel to the ground or near parallel. Yes, sir.
And we know it wasn't down here.
I don't believe so. No, sir. Not the path of the bullets going out the back window.
Okay.
The pellets, not bullets.
So either at his shoulder or just under his shoulder. Now, a shotgun has a pretty good kick to it, doesn't it? Buckshot?
Yes, sir. Pretty decent.
So I guess what I don't understand, and you have no explanation for it, is why the second shot would be like this I mean, we agreed a normal height person would have to crouch to make that shot. Correct?
I don't know where they wanted the end of that barrel placed, Mr. Harpootlian. I can't tell you that part with my science. I can't. All I can look at is the angle.
Which is about like this.
Well, it's here, but in reverse.
Which is about like this, correct? The barrel would have to be, okay, like that. But you would agree with me, I'm bent over to do that.
You are, yes, sir.
So the shooter was a very short person?
But here,
a midget.
I'm not
he went there.
over
He went there.
that far, and I'm almost 6 foot.
But what, I don't understand. You go ahead and take a stand. I don't understand what circumstance would cause a person to, you might want to move that one a little bit.
You're going to fire
to
the door.
do this or this,
Oh my goodness.
and then immediately do this or do this to put that second shot in.
Objection, asked and answered.
You said what you don't understand. The question is
that your position is that the first shot was like this, and the second shot would have been like, if I'm standing up straight like this, not a very good aim, or crouched down, if it's a normal sized person, right?
The first angle was almost parallel with the ground.
Right.
I like this.
The second
Sometimes
angle
alias.
was somewhere between somewhere around 135 degrees from the door frame. I can't tell you the psychology of any more or any less.
Okay, so what height was the entrance wound on that chest?
On the chest?
Yeah.
Approximately 4'3" or 4'4", I believe, according to the
4'3".
Yeah, 4'3", 4'4".
Because it's under.
so
that would have been below.
Tripped on the floor.
The shoulder wound.
On the door
Right.
floor
Yes, sir.
raiser, falling
So
to the
it'd be-
ground, and then firing.
Let me see how that works for me.
Or he could have shot and expected,
Maybe this will help us.
expected Paul to go down. I mean, that was a chest shot, and it basically grazed him instead of killing him.
3.
So, yeah, could be very
4
surprised.
foot.
Could have fallen.
You
Could have
think
tripped.
4'3"?
Could have done a million things, turning
Fairly
suddenly,
certain. Yes, sir.
and
Trust me, that's
and then
4'3".
shot Paul again right as he came through the door.
Okay, and I'm about 5'10" on a good day. So that would be about right for me, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that first shot, if it was on that person's shoulder, if they put it on their shoulder, they would have been approximately. Was there any way to figure out?
I don't know a scientific way, Mr. Harpootlian, unless you had a tripod that you could hold the gun and shoot it many times, the actual gun, and measure it. I don't know a scientific. If it is one, it's way out of my purview. I look at the angles, and I look at the damage, and I develop my angles. That's what I do.
Okay.
Yeah, he can't. This is Dick's problem. Yeah, it seems weird that somebody had the gun that low, but the fact is the evidence, the blood matter, the pellet defects.
Can I take the gloves off, or we could do this again?
They are what they are. They tell a story. Susie.
I think we're done with the gun, but I got to tell you.
Susie, sorry, gifted five memberships. Thank you very much. It looks like Gordon, Cass, Jenny Says, Jiggly Jules, and Emmy Boo all were gifted memberships by Susie. Thank you so much.
Anymore, Mr. Barber, I'm sorry.
Mr. Barber has to come.
What I wanted. Where is it?
Harpootlian just said, "Were you able to find what I wanted?" And Mr. Barber said, "No." He said, "Where is it? It doesn't exist." That's what I heard.
You were hired on. Were you hired on December 22nd?
I think it was in November when I first got to review the evidence, and I think I was hired in October.
I think he's trying to say that it's
I can't
improbable
tell you the actual
that it
date on my
happened this way.
retainer, but it was several weeks after that before I ever
Cast
got
some doubt.
access to evidence.
Okay, so you read a crime scene reconstruction done by a guy named Bevel from Oklahoma, did you not?
Bevel.
I did refer to, I did read that, yes, sir, but I did not depend on that to make my determinations.
No, I'm just saying.
Okay, yes, sir.
For purposes
I did review that, yes, sir.
Okay, and do you remember when he generated his report?
I don't, Mr. Harpootlian.
Would it surprise you if he generated it in 2022, early? Several months before you even asked, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were their second choice?
I don't know if I was their second choice. I was a choice.
Okay.
Little insult there.
Let me make sure I understand the date of Mr. Bevel's report. So he issued a report in March of 2022, and you were not asked to get involved until October of 2022.
I had a phone call early, shortly after. I don't even remember who I talked with, but someone called me shortly after the homicides and asked me if I would mind taking a look at stuff, and I said I'm always available to help if I can.
Okay. Now,
the for hire sign was out.
the other things that you looked at, let me just make sure we understand what you looked at. You had a David Green recording of June 7th, 2021. You remember looking at that?
Body camera, yes, sir.
Right. And in that body camera interview, when they talked to Mr. Murdaugh, he indicates the phone had fallen out of Paul's pocket when he tried to check his pulse, and he put it on. It didn't explode out of anywhere. He put it on that picture that you introduced just a moment ago. He put it on his rear end. Correct?
It may have said that in the body
Okay.
cam.
So there was no exploding out of any pocket, right?
I don't believe it did, and that's what I said. Someone other than Paul put it there.
Okay. Now, you had a SLED crime scene investigator summary. Was that by Agent Worley?
I read several SLED reports, but Agent Worley's report was one of them. Yes, sir.
Okay, and you digested everything in that report that was relevant to your inquiry?
I read those reports just so I have the knowledge of it, but what I can work out on my own, even if it contradicts their results, I like to make my own.
For instance,
conclusion.
She had very distinct measurements on shell casing location, right?
The phone location.
Yes, sir, I believe they
And
do.
you
Paul's
relied
phone
on
was
that,
put on his
certainly,
back
and looking at
pocket
shell casing
area.
placement.
When you say shell casing, are you
I'm
talking
about where the blackout 300 shell casings were.
I looked at the path. I did not look at the measurement per se because, like I said, the shooter moving, the victim moving, not having the rifle and be able to say exactly where it throws that shell casing, I don't get too involved with that. I'll look at the general path where they're at, but as far as so many feet, so many inches, I don't pay a lot of attention to that.
And I'm not asking you that, but it would show you the path of the shooter, would it not?
Well, like I said earlier in my testimony, it could or it may not. You can't look and say a shooter started here and ended here because he might have went from here to here and back to here.
Well,
So
let me rephrase that. Not necessarily the path, but at least you would know generally where the shooter was during, if you look at the coagulation of all those shots. For instance, what we see, if you remember correctly,
Said coagulation?
is a number of these shell casings.
The coagulation
There's one
of all the shots?
sort of back on the gravel road, and then all of the rest of them are located in a fairly small area on the grass, and then there's one under her, right?
yes, sir.
Okay. And that would show you, at least generally, I mean, the one under her had to have been a shot that was fired while she was upright and fell on it, correct?
I would agree with that assessment.
Okay. But it'd give you some general idea where the shooter was. General idea.
General idea, somewhere within 5 foot, 5 or 6 foot, knowing what I know about those rifles, it's not going to throw it 20 foot or 30 foot. It's going to be confined to that area, and all I can do is probably put a general perimeter within, a couple yards at the most from Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
Did you look at the autopsy report?
I did, yes, sir.
And the autopsy report, Dr. Reamer indicated the angle of the shot, we've talked this to death, was 135 degrees.
I really wasn't aware of that, but I look at the photos more than the report part.
Okay, hold on 1 second here. Let me see if I have it. Let me ask them to find something. Your Honor, pardon.
Yeah, coagulation is normally used when you're talking about blood, not about shell casings at a murder scene. Court will be ending early. I think just about an hour early, maybe 4:30 today. I think the judge had a...
Let me ask you what else you looked at. And you list a bunch
prior
of things
engagement.
Here. You looked at lab photos of victims' clothing, trace reports, DNA, CS. What's CS photos, evidence processing? What's CS mean? Crime scene?
Yes,
okay. So you looked at the crime scene photos. There are 449 of those, or at least the ones that were relevant to your look, what you were looking at, right?
Yes, sir.
And a number of interviews with people, right?
I had access to it. I may have looked at some of them. Yes, sir.
Okay.
The Murdaugh cam is glitching. It's doing stop action photography.
Let me ask you this. Does the wound on Paul's shoulder indicate to you how far the shooter was? I mean, what was the spread at that point?
Your typical full choke on a shotgun, and it depends. Once again, it depends on the choke.
Right.
At 3 foot, it's going to spread 1 inch.
Okay. Well,
with an improved choke, at 3 foot, it's going to spread 1.75 inches. So I don't know the.
Well, you looked at the autopsy photos, right? I
did. Yes, sir.
Was the wound on his shoulder bigger than 1 or 1.75?
It's a massive wound. I mean, it's massive, but a lot of that can be taken into the angle too, Mr. Harpootlian.
Did you look at the x-rays?
I did, yes, sir.
And there's a whole bunch of pellets in his shoulder.
Along the path, yes, sir.
Along the path. Mm-hmm. But it wouldn't it indicate that the spread of those pellets is significantly more than 1 inch or 2 inches? Like, I think we determined it was about a 6-inch spread.
Well, I don't think with the angle it would be possible for someone to be 12 yards away and shooting up that direction. So obviously that's got something to do with the close proximity and the way those number twos work.
So, do you have an explanation for why the spread would have been that big based on what we just did? I don't want to pull the shotgun out.
I'm not a firearms examiner, Mr. Harpootlian. I'm just familiar with how they work.
And so your position is that spread is not inconsistent with what you've testified?
I do not believe so. I have had people shoot themselves in front of me, and I have worked a number of crime scenes where I've seen the same damage.
Okay.
Oh,
so, okay, here we go. I knew I'd seen it somewhere. This is your report.
Thank you.
Okay. Let me ask you, did you say Paul's height of 5'8" and the sharp angle upwards, approximately 135 degrees, I know I find it, support that Paul's left side was dipping slightly, head slightly forward as he was standing or exiting the feed room at the time of the second shot?
I think that's what I testified to, yes, sir, and that's still my findings.
Okay, I just want to make sure this 135 degree thing I didn't imagine. That's what you said, right?
Well, that's what I was saying. I was hoping you didn't say I copied someone else, but yes, sir, that's my measurements.
Okay, so you also said the length of the shotgun would be needed to a reasonable degree of certainty, but it's unlikely the shooter was standing with a shouldered weapon at the time of the second discharge. We've already established that, correct?
Yes, sir.
They would have been crouched or holding it down in some awkward position,
yes, sir,
rather than having it up to their shoulder. Also, let me see if I can finish this. You don't have, you do, in your opinion, IQ 7. It is my opinion that the exact position of the shooter cannot be determined in relation to Margaret, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have the most accurate information available to narrow down the position of the shooter's position is the physical location, position of the deceased, bullet path of known wounds, stippling, or lack of physical damage caused by those wounds? So you came across no data that would allow you to determine trajectory with any degree of certainty as to Maggie?
No, because the victim and the shooter could possibly have been moving. So it's no way, to my knowledge, scientifically, to prove either one.
Okay, and I guess that wasn't my question. My question was, you saw no data in the material you looked at that would allow you to do that?
Other than the pathologist measuring the angle of her stomach wound and her thigh wound, and they were very similar angle, that's about all I can tell you, Mr. Harpootlian.
Okay. And let me deal with
I got my early lunch
issues.
snack here.
Let's go to the.
My son made me a little personal pizza, so I'm going to be eating that.
What you testified to about the impression on her leg, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, this again, was there a photo taken of either her leg or the tire that you're talking about that would have been what you would expect if you were trying to make a comparison? That is a 90-degree shot of it, either one.
And no, sir, and that's why I explained that I can't call this to the exclusion of all others. If I was going to make an absolute identification, I would require a scale photograph.
Right, and there's no scale in either one of those.
No, sir, but I got it close, but still not close enough for me to call. I used the scale at autopsy that the pathologist used on the back of Miss Margaret Murdaugh's leg, and I went and did research on the tire, and I actually know the type of tire, and the only problem is it comes in a 9, a 10, and an 11-inch front tire, so I have no way to scale that without the actual tire.
So you're not telling this jury that it's your opinion that tire caused that impression on the back of her leg?
What I'm telling the jury is that is a class. They share the same class. It's called an association. And in my opinion, either that tire or a tire just like it caused that impression.
Well, let me ask you this. By the time it got to the autopsy, her leg, whatever mud was on there was washed off, right? There was no, in those autopsy photos, all you see is a bruise, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so the only evidence you have is that there was some mud stuck on the back of her leg with those specific details, right?
It's an impression in mud, yes, sir.
Okay. When you looked at the tire pictures, was there any mud on them?
There are, specifically those treads, and like I pointed out earlier, you can actually see unique random characteristics. In a perfect world, if I would have had a scale myself, I would have called that all day, and my technically reviewer would have called it all day also, but I'm not allowed to do that.
You're not allowed to do that because you may be close, but you can't say with definity that tread caused that defect on the
What I can say is that, in my opinion, that impression was created by that tire or a tire with similar characteristics.
Did you look at any black and white images of that what you call a tire impression or the mark on the back of her leg?
I did. I made it black and white. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. We can go round and round about how sure you are, but I'm not going to do that. Let me ask you sort of not closing, I have a couple more shots, but a couple more questions.
Who's just talking to himself right now?
Right,
I don't know what is going on here.
My folks over here, and I'm probably done.
Can I stand for a moment, please? Your Honor, thank you.
This is the worst chair ever. Big stretch from Creighton over there. Was that Creighton? This was not a big finish for Harpootlian. Nicole, welcome back. Hopefully everything went well.
Okay.
And you remember?
Yes, sir. Just real quick. Couple things real quick. You were contacted by SLED to do a review of this case, is that correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
And were you told any particular conclusions to come to, or did you do a fresh review and then arrive at your own conclusions of your own independent judgment?
Every conclusion I came to was in spite of any pre-existing conclusions. I made my own conclusions.
You
Lindsay,
asked a little bit about
the court's having problems with that camera right now.
Tire mark
So
compression.
it's freezing.
And were you relying on the crime scene photographs of Maggie Murdaugh at the scene?
Yes, sir.
And did you see mud, which is the impression that you examined?
It is. Yes, sir.
And from your review of the crime scene, was there any other ATV in the vicinity of where Maggie Murdaugh was found, except that tire you looked at, the picture of it?
That's the only one I observed.
And you said it either had to be a tire, that tire, or a tire with similar characteristics?
Yes, sir. That's my opinion.
On the ATV that was at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Pepperoni pizza and pepperoni.
You were asked a lot about shell casings, and you pointed out that they can be thrown different feet and can move around, and shooters can move as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The shell casings, though, that were they located in this area around the feed room as to where Maggie Murdaugh was found?
They were.
And you said them shell casings ain't going to get thrown 30 feet, right?
No, sir. Not in my experience.
In your experience, having done 850 homicide scenes, can shooting events be fluid situations?
That's death scenes, but the answer is yes, sir.
The victims can move?
Yes, sir.
The shooter can move?
Absolutely.
People can change their aspect of how they're positioned at any given time?
Because of the moment.
Well, if I can get to it on that easel, y'all went through the whole thing, and drawing and all the rest of it. But what y'all were drawing, that was actually reversed from how everything happened. Is that correct?
It was.
And if this were the door to the feed room going out to the outside and I was standing in it, which direction was the trajectory of the shot to Paul's head?
Where I'm at, up at a 135-degree angle.
And what did you observe up here?
I observed body fluid, a concentration of body fluid as a result of a gunshot wound.
Defects in the door as well?
Absolutely.
And what's a defect? What does that
A
term mean?
defect is damage caused by a projectile, whether it be a pellet or a bullet.
That easel drawing y'all did, that was reversed from the reality of the situation, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that easel also was slanted as well, was it not?
It was.
And if it were actually standing straight up, that dot y'all were marking would actually be higher than it was when it was demonstrated to the jury. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And that's why you use approximate, because I can't tell you how Paul was positioned. I can only go by the angle.
All that stuff that you and Mr. Harpootlian did with the easel and the shotgun and all the rest of that, does any of that change your opinion about what happened to Paul on the night of June 7th, 2021, when he was fatally shot in the head?
It does not.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Just one additional question.
Ms. Barber, please.
We agreed that what I did there a moment ago with the easel was a mirror image or a negative of what actually occurred, right?
It was the opposite side of the door. Yes, sir.
Go get in the door, please.
Get in the door. Oh, great. Now we're going to have a real-life...
Mr. Barber, in the interest of justice, has allowed me to point the shotgun at him, Your Honor. It is... So we
it's time for a
agreed
screenshot, I think.
that if he's standing in the doorway, the shooter would have had the shotgun, and how about turn a little bit to your... Turn that way?
A little bit more.
A little bit more?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The shotgun would have been about like this.
About here.
About like this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So that's the trajectory. That's where the barrel of the shotgun would have had to bend.
In my opinion, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
You may step down. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Now we get lunch. I don't know why they don't just say, could he have been seated?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch at this time. Members of the jury, I'm appointing juror number 826 to be the foreperson of the jury. The foreperson has the responsibility of serving as the spokesperson for the jury from this point forward.
Wow.
Will have the responsibility of presiding over the jury deliberations, and will have the responsibility of completing the verdict form representing the unanimous verdict of the jury when we reach that point, and also sit in the first seat, which is the seat designated for the foreperson. Understand?
They have not had assigned seats to this point.
All right. Very good. We'll see you all at 2:15.
Remain in order! Order!
Hey, Mama Bell, what's your daughter's podcast about? Don't think poop was effective.
We'll be in recess till 2:15.
2:15. All rise. Can't imagine a scenario where the shooter would be sitting or bending his knees that way. The recoil on a shotgun is so intense, the shooter would have been knocked on their pooter. I hip fire shotguns. And yes, the buckshot would probably be more, I think it would be more intense. I've hip fired a slug, which is about the heaviest recoil you can imagine out of a shotgun, and that is a lot to hold on to. But also imagine this was an automatic shotgun, which means that some of that recoil force is used to cycle the action, so it does reduce that a little bit. Not a great deal. Also, if it was a full length shotgun, not a sawed off, you've got more weight to the gun. I don't think that it would be impossible to hip fire the gun. So Goodman, maybe you're saying that the first shot would have knocked the shooter down, or the second shot. The first shot knocks him down. That's why the second shot was from the ground. When we get back, and the bailiff yells something incoherent, can we please have a guess what the bailiff is shouting? Wrong answers only later for a poll. If they shout again, I'll try not to interpret it. Usually the barrel rests on your shoulder. The butt of the gun rests on your shoulder, but in the scenario they just showed, there's no place to rest the gun. Right. As a young man going clay pigeon shooting which is done with shotguns. Now you use like a bird shot or clay pigeon shot. It's a very lightweight shot, lots of pellets, gives you the best chance of hitting something. We'd have contests where we would use all hip shots, where you wouldn't lift the gun at all, and so you'd get two shots or something off, 2-3 shots off of a clay pigeon or a pair of clay pigeons from the hip. Kneeling is an option. When do the one-handed shotguns go on sale? Mac, they exist already. Get yourself a Mossberg 870 with a pistol grip. You're good to go. Is it possible the shotgun would have been on ATV and shot Paul, then moved toward Maggie and hit her with the ATV and ended her? Jennifer Clark, it's hard for me to work the ATV into the actual shooting scenario. I just can't put the pieces together. I think there's so many variables there. It's all speculation at that point. CG says, Goodman and recovery addict shooting from the side-by-side Polaris is not unusual and would be about the right height, just saying. But not the angle of the second shot, CG. I think that person has to be physically located right outside the door on the cement there. Dick represented Paul, then blamed victim for having guns out. He's also a politician. He's done a good job, but sometimes he just can't stop, and I can't respect him, says Hannah. I think his intentional confusion, which I believe it is, I believe he does intentionally try to be confused about this. The defense has done that consistently throughout this trial. All their questioning there seemed like they're trying to say, what type thing. They want the jury to think that whatever the prosecution has said is nonsensical. But I think the way he pulls it off leaves us more confused as to what he's trying to do. So I think it's sort of backfiring a little bit. This is the second trial judge picked foreman. And so this in this trial, they picked a foreman previously, or this is the second one you're aware of? Lotus, welcome, says, Recovered Act, the doctor of the autopsy explained better why the shot was in the body parts. I can't believe lower position. Well, the way the doctor explained it, I don't think it accounted for the crime scene photographs and the blood splatter and spatter evidence on the ceiling. I think this witness was trying to incorporate that evidence as well into his explanation. Mossberg didn't make the 870. That's a Remington. I thought Mossberg had, and well, I have to look. I thought for sure Mossberg made a self-defense that's probably very similar to the 870 pistol grip. Maybe Paul was standing on the cooler or something else to reach something up high. I don't think it works. I think the way where the blood splattered and everything, Paul had to be standing at Paul's height in the doorway or very close to the doorway there. Jury has a boss. They do now, Mac. The judge just appointed a boss and told him he had to sit in the number 1 seat. Let's see. Gun came from the house. Shooter walked up to the victims. Alec formed an alibi. Sounds rowdy. If I was a juror with no notes, I would rely on the cash dog vid. All these other deets are speculative and confusing as something. Confusing as heck, I think is what she was trying to say. Shot from the Polaris. Maybe the shooter fell and was on his butt. Cindy, I think that's a possibility. Then how did the window of the feed room get shot out? Carol Martin, the first shot, I believe hip shot or even a shoulder shot would account for that one, the first shot. That goes through his chest and out the window of him standing. I think that's right. I think hip shot works better for the trajectory and the height of the window. Let's see. Let me see if I can look at the back here. Let's go back to the crime scene really quickly and look at the window. Okay, so here's the window. The window does look to be above. See, you've got the doorknob height. I think that it's above doorknob height. So you're looking at the upper body. It's ceilings, doors 8 foot. So yeah, so I think it would have to be a hip shot to have the shots go through the glass here and back, where you can see the glass is blown out basically there. Through his arm. Yeah, so I think hip shot lines up perfectly with that. A hip shot right there, up through the arm and out. So that's the first one. The second one, the second shot is him basically on the ground almost, or seated right there at the corner. So maybe he tripped coming off the end of the step on the bottom of the screen on the right. That's just my guess here. Maggie's just out in the open, so I don't know what to think about that one. Ivan says, got to be 2 shooters in my opinion. Nicole, if the shooter fell on his tush, there'd be a butt print in the mud. I think there's gravel and rock over there. I think they said they couldn't get many prints over there because of the rock and the gravel. Goodman says, you're right. It's the Mossberg 500 and the Remington 870. Okay, so I mixed the two. I made the Mossberg 870. So Douglas, thanks for the correction, and thanks for verifying that, Nicole. The 70 is the standard issue pump Remington. Let's see, again, low shot, 2 hands is absolutely possible and can be an easy explanation. In the police academy, you shoot from the hip as one of the qualifying positions. I mean, fair, I haven't used a protractor in about 20 years. I still think Harpootlian has not used a protractor, ever. I think whatever he did today was not using a protractor. Did AM fall to his knees crying after the first shot and then made the kill shot? I don't know, unless he actually tells, assuming he did it, unless he tells us, I'm not sure we'll ever know. Let's see. I can't imagine a scenario that would fit that. Paul had nowhere to go. Why not stand up and shoot? Nicole, the only thing we have to think about is that Maggie's also in the scenario, and so he might be checking 2 people and going back and forth. And the first shot, he might have meant the first shot to be fatal. Obviously, I think he meant the first shot to be fatal, and he was probably sneaking up on him or catching him. Some people say he might have run and hid in there. If there was an argument, he was chasing him or something and mad. He might have tried to run and hide and turn. But I think we can find a scenario that the 2 would match up. If Harpootlian did a hip shot, it would only hit you in the knee. Oh, man. Do we know the jury foreman is a man? I don't know yet, Gloria. Imagine some of the jury watchers in the courtroom would be able to tell us on Twitter. All the theories we're throwing around means reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt as to how it was done, but I don't think any of this addresses who. And that's, I think, what they should be doing is who did it. There's no question in my mind that a shotgun blast hit his shoulder and killed Paul, went through his head. That seems very clear. And arguing about, whether or not it was possible for that to happen, it happened. We have the evidence. I mean, the pictures, we've got the blood splatter, it happened. And trying to put it together and try to imagine how it happened doesn't change who was the shooter, which is the big point. Going to be a great show since you and Recovery Act both have nerves. It's going to be fine. Weather Watch is going to carry me. I think that's what's going to happen. Let's see. Murray says, squat on the corner up just against the wall, not to see Paul die, and then he comes out. This all happens 5 minutes after the Snapchat. I don't know. Ivan, where was Alec? Where was Alec in those 5 minutes? I mean, it takes somebody else having to pull up and Alex having to leave and then not hear any of the gunshots. Yeah, he says he was asleep in the house, but we know he was down there at the kennels. Let's see. Bought an 870 Express from an old lady. Perfect. $150. She wanted it at church. That's a good price. Cousin Eddie failed a lie detector exam for what it's worth. Not much in court, but it's an interesting note. His argument is that the person much taller couldn't have done it. And Alec is tall. You see him stand up at the end of court. He's tall. Couldn't have done it, but the barrel is 3 inches higher than the butt. The shot goes from the waist to the chest or head. Paul Harrod Hitman, one theory. Yes, that's another one that we have not explained. I don't think the state is willing to consider that, because then the charge would be a little different, right? Goodman Law Firm says, if there's a question, if there's 1 or 2 shooters and trying to figure out how Alex Murdaugh could have done it, the reasonable doubt, again, we're working off the state's timeline. Right, the state's timeline, it only has to be Alex this way if the time of death is what the state says it is, which it may not be. If it's different, it does open it up completely. So Paul was shot by a tall man and an elf. That's 2 people, Gloria. Second shooter. I think you cracked it. I missed a law in there. No doubt in my mind. No reasonable doubt unless they bust the timeline. Get to see Weather Watch without a hat. I'm not sure if he'll go without a hat. Ginger, are you saying hatless? Thomas, are you going to go hatless on tomorrow night? Yeah, and we have some questions with the state's timeline. I hope that we have one more witness at least. with the timeline witness that really buttons this up. This is the end. This is the grand finale, right? This is what we're waiting for. They've got to put this all together somehow. The dogs did it. The dogs know who did it. Come here, Lassie. What happened, Lassie? Tell us. Who killed Paul, Lassie? If we wanted to conceal it and surprise Paul, a low shot makes so much sense. I agree. I think that was probably the first shot fired. Let's see. Could have fell. Remember Rittenhouse? Rittenhouse did fire from the ground, didn't he? Good point, Gabrielle. Paul and Alex got into a fight. Paul lost. If they did get into a fight, I believe the shooter had the gun to begin with before the fight. I saw your message about your court decision today, taking a couple months. In DV cases, that long could be deadly. Oh, man. Seems the state would need to add hand of one, hand of all for the jury to find Alex Murdaugh guilty. So if he orchestrated it, he would be guilty. Is that? I'm not familiar with that phrase, the hand of one, hand of all. If we agree that Alex is a scheming sociopath, there would be no anger, running, yelling. He would just start shooting. I'll be running to the microphone straight from the event tomorrow, so no hat. Okay, no hat. Awesome. I'm not sure if I'll recognize you, Thomas, honestly. I'm not sure. You'll have to get on mic and say, this is Thomas. Who won? Gloria won the chat of the day. He didn't fall. He sat and shot, aiming at people. I just know he was on the ground when he shot. I didn't follow that one very closely myself. We need a psychic lady. She could tell us, Carolina girl. Who's going to hire the psychics? We can just sort this all out for once and for all. Okay. All right. He was hit with a skateboard and knocked down. Is that when he shot, though, Katrina? So we're going to have a hat reveal, a hair reveal on the first episode. That's not much of a, a lead up to the reveal, but it's going to be good. If Alex Murdaugh didn't do it, he knows criminals, so he lures Maggie to the house and then leaves and lets his hired gun or guns do the deed. Carol, I don't know why that wasn't investigated further. I think with the evidence that they could have retrieved from cell towers and things like that, they probably could have put somebody else in the scene. They probably could have put another car or cell phone at the scene. Since I missed their testimony, was there room in the corner for the shotgun at that angle? Goodman, you're talking about in the feed room? Let's see. In the feed room. Let me zip forward to the feed room. Here's what we know about the feed room, right here. The door's 8 feet tall. Okay. Paul was standing at some point 5 feet in, and I do not believe there is room to be inside the feed room to have the barrel not making contact with Paul when he's shooting. I mean, the shotgun's not 5 feet long, but there would be different damage to him from being that close. I don't think the shooter could be all the way in the room and make that work. I might not have answered your right question. If I missed it, let me know. Gary Schultz says, Recovery Addict, I was thinking the sawn-off shotgun barrel, but that would change the spray pattern of the buckshot, right? The buckshot's probably not going to spread as fast as the other pellets, but it should still spread. And I just don't know what going through grazing Paul's chest did to the buckshot when it went out the window. Let's see. Bay One Gaming says, great question, Recovery Addict. What's the answer? Bay One said, let me find it. Will your pod be on this channel? Yes, it will. It will start on this channel. We'll probably move it to another channel so as to not confuse people. And I know some people just come here for trial and they don't want to have, other things. We're getting into Rittenhouse stuff. Cousin Eddie, I don't think Cousin Eddie's going to finish. That's not going to be their closing witness. There's no way. But Cousin Eddie or a gang could have done it, or a goon could have been the shooter. I still, man, the one guy that just gives me the creeps and is the police officer who used to be a runner for Alex, who used to go cash checks at the bank all the time, bring back fat stacks of cash and drop them off in Alex's office. That seems shady to me. That guy is just like, he was also a friend of Paul. He knew everything that happened there. I think the shooter may have been, he's short too. The shooter may have been squatting down, hiding. Paul shot Paul and realized Paul was still moving, then raises up and shoots him in the head. I think Yims, the first shot, I think the shooter would have to be standing. I don't think that one could happen on the ground and still get the flight path of the injury to him where he, arguably was standing, and then also get the glass damage behind him. He hit the guy that had the handgun in the bicep and the skateboard. Oh, no, still Rittenhouse. I'm going to skip the Rittenhouse ones for now. The biggest mistake SLED did was not close off the entire property the night of the murders. I heard this mentioned in another YouTube video. Yes, and it's been brought up a lot by the defense, just like all the people that just... Alex invited everybody. Basically, he called everyone he knew and said, hey, party at Moselle right now. There's been a couple murders. Come see. Come walk around the crime scene, basically. That's what he did. He was hanging up on the 911 operator to make calls to family and friends. Feed room is right. The shotgun would have been lowered and choked to the hip, into the hip. Why is no one here asking if he didn't do it? All evidence is pretty circumstantial. Kyle, let's look at some of the other things, the outliers here, and try to explain that a little bit. Why do we have the lies? Why do we have him telling the housekeeper that he was here longer than he was? Why does he have, or telling the caretaker that? Why does he have him telling the housekeeper that he was wearing a different shirt than he was? Why did his alibi not match up in the timestamps? Why did he say he wasn't at the kennels when the video clearly puts him there? There's a lot of things that, why is he lying about all these things about that time? I mean, it is circumstantial, but it seems to be a lot of dishonesty. If he had an alibi, even if it was like, I mean, the worst alibis are, like the ones where it's like, I've got an alibi. I was cheating with so-and-so on my significant other, and I was with some other fling. Okay. It's an alibi. It's the worst alibi to try to tell in court, because, it makes you look like a scumbag. But at this point, he's charged with murder. What other alibi could he have that would, why not tell us what happened? Why lie about what happened that night? Is my question. I'm anxious for the defense experts now. I hope they can make better sense of this mess. I'm sure they've hired some good ones, the best in the country. I think the shooter did not want anyone knowing that he was over 6 foot tall. So Cindy Lou, you're basically saying if someone had planned this and thought this out well in advance, and then intentionally fired shots from a position that would indicate a different height or a non-standard height, would that still point to Alec for you? They don't have reasonable doubt on the murder. Tight. The feed room was right. So choked in and lower hold on the shotgun would make sense. Could have been a pistol grip 520 or 870, maybe explaining the barrel angle. If Paul was first shot in the feed room and had any warning at all, there would be buckshot in his hands. He would have thrown up his hands to yell, "Don't," or covered his face. Yeah, I think that was a surprise shot to him. So I don't think he saw the shooter as that happened. I think he definitely was aware of the second one, though. At least very briefly. Let's see. My work is almost refusing to let us go home. Izzy, what's up? What time is it supposed to begin for the Huntsville area? In Huntsville, there's a military base, and they're even closing it. So means it's bad. Is it weather? You've got weather out there in Huntsville? I still don't know if the tart lady, especially This is the caretaker. I still don't know if I believe the tart lady, especially since she got some money from Tinsley. So that tainted her testimony for you. After yesterday's bombshell about lying to the grand jury and a setup makes sense. Okay, but the money she got from Tinsley, that was a GoFundMe set up by her son, right? I don't. For me, that didn't taint her opinion of me. I think she was pretty believable on the stand. The money thing, I sure wish it didn't happen. Tinsley just should have kept his wallet in his pocket for another week. You know, he did not need to do that. Or two, you know, however long it takes here. He put the gun down to open the door. Paul might have rushed him, forcing him to shoot from the hip. Another answer question for Carol is, why was he more concerned about clearing Paul's name on the accident and not find his murderer? That's what that was the question we heard from Marion, from Maggie's sister. She was just, I guess, a little puzzled by why Alex was more interested in the clearing Paul's name of the accident than the murders. I think for her that really became a point where she started not believing him. Paul was drunk after supper. Did they do alcohol content? I believe they did, and there was none in Maggie or Paul. I believe they did drug tests on both of them, or post-mortem tests. I think the shooter was kneeling for the second shot. Okay, good stuff here. Look, you guys deserve lunch. We've got only 45 minutes. We've got half an hour before we're going to come back. Now, you guys have some great questions here. Back from 1 hour lunch break. Did I miss anything? It's Marissa. We're just going to go take a quick break here. I'm going to go get a little bit more to eat. That pizza was good, but it didn't. I mean, there's room for pickles. That's what I'm saying. If Paul was gone, then Paul couldn't be convicted, hence better chance of fighting lowering the payout in the boat case. Yes, and that's what happened. When Paul died, the case was dropped, the criminal charge. There was still a civil case. That's, I guess it would better the odds there if there's no criminal conviction. But there's still a payout there that would be happening for the victims. That was funny. Paul only saw it for a second. Smith did testify the cop's report was wrong. That she said she saw a blue raincoat with a gun under it. Dirty cops in South Carolina. Smith. Who was Smith? Too many names here. I've lost who Smith is, Nicole. You're going to have to tell me. Yeah. All right. Okay, let's do this. Let's do lunch. You guys get some food, get a drink, get a break. We're going to reopen chat. We're going to re-gift the internet. Myra did a great job this morning with this one. Appreciate that, Myra. Thank you so much. We've got a little bit more today. It's going to be a shorter afternoon. We're going to go eat. Thank you. Good afternoon, this is Rachel. I've almost done my errands and I'll be able to catch up. Did that overly qualified gentleman do any damage to the defense? No, it wasn't really any new information, I think, there. The defense was able to muddy the waters a little bit, but mostly with just Harpootlian's confusion with facts, I think. Let's see. Weatherwatch says, you're welcome. I'll be here all day while RA is live, so as we get closer, I'll take a look with you again. Can't wait. We're gonna have a podcast. Weatherwatch and I, Recovery Addict and Weatherwatch, where it's going to be under Thomas and Scott, are going to do a podcast where we talk about some fun things, some news items. It's going to be interactive, so you guys are welcome and encouraged to join and interact with us. It starts tomorrow, 9 p.m. So thank you all. I'm going to go ahead and grab some lunch. You guys, please, if you go home tonight, and don't come back here if you're not going to come back. When you go home tonight, hug the people you love, smile at somebody, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we come back again and re-gift the internet in about half an hour. So it's going to be a quick lunch. Grab some food, grab a napkin, pull up a chair. We'll be back here in just a little bit. We'll see you.